All right, folks. How's it going? This is what I do. I make people laugh right before we go on stream to look so professional, because we are anything but unprofessional here on Slices and Dices. This is us. This is us in a nutshell. Look at me. I'm in a nutshell. Yes, that's right. We are playing Blade Runner, the role-playing game, Session 2 of Electric Dreams, the introductory scenario to the Blade Runner role-playing game. Around me, I have arrayed these fine folks who are our erstwhile heroes, anti-heroes, however you want to call them, of our story. And yes, I'm going to actually start us off in a couple of different senses here. Number one, to say thank you if you're watching this video either live here on Twitch or afterwards in the VOD, or even potentially on YouTube. If you're watching us live on YouTube, you're not watching us live on YouTube. If you're watching us on YouTube, then hey, thanks very much for watching us. Go ahead and hit that little like button, hit that little subscribe button if you like what you're watching, and maybe a follow. I don't know. Is it no like, subscribe, and the bell icon. That's right, the little bell thing. That allows you to know when we are doing more videos of the same ilk, so that you will be the first to watch them. That said, I'm super psyched to get back into the awesome world of Blade Runner as Sarah takes off her top. What's going on? We are violating terms of service. This is ridiculous.
Another shirt on. Calm down.
Slice has gone wild.
Jesus Christ. Well, if that doesn't get us the subs that we want.
I'm a woman in her 40s and I'm hot right now. That's what's going on.
You've always been, Sarah.
Aw, bless you, Matt.
The first 5 minutes.
Oh, look at the viewers went up like, we were at 4. Now we're at 74. Psh, who knew?
Hey, I'll take my top off more often.
Do some ASMR, and we're in like Flynn. Hi, everybody.
So this is when we're supposed to be doing our
No,
costume
it's a wow. This is a role-playing game channel, for God's sake.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Oh, that's that kind of role-playing. I get it. What do you say we give everyone the opportunity to remember what happened last time? Huh?
Yes, please.
Fantastic. So, here's what happened last time on episode 1 of Blade Runner RPG, Case File Electric. So the year is 2037, specifically May 2037, in Los Angeles. I'm going to start us off with a little bit of a poem, which is actually granted to this. And it's sort of a poem that encapsulates the entirety, I think, of this particular case file, which is, a picture memory brings to me, a look across the years, and I see myself besides my mother's knee. Under direct orders from Replicant Detect Unit Deputy Chief David Holden, Nexus 9 Replicant FN9-239 Fenna picked up veteran Blade Runner Willem Novak and brought him to the LAPD for an emergency briefing. There, 2 other members of the RDU, Replicant JL2-7.80 Percival and relative rookie Blade Runner Oelsen Baker, met with Holden to attend to an urgent situation. Supposedly, the night before, in Sector 1, the club known as the Snake Pit, Nexus 9 Replicant Blade Runners got into a scuffle with a couple of human supremacists, and when the smoke cleared, one of their own, SN9-1.48, Sandor, lay dead, and the other, LH3-7.93, Leia, was missing. These Blade Runners were assigned to the Snake Pit to investigate suspected Nexus 8 activity and encountered the supremacists led by the publisher of Kill magazine, Jel Schuyler. While Percival and Oelsen checked out the LAPD mainframe for Esper data and case history, Fenna and Novak went to check out the scene of the crime. Percival found Esper footage of Leia leaving the club on foot and jumping into a cab, and then the two went to the RIT crime lab to check out the physical evidence of the crime. At the same time, Fenna and Novak questioned sleazy club owner Taffy Lewis, who stated that the N9s confronted the human supremacists who were jeering at a dancer of his named Iris. Then some, quote, tall, pale guy named Styles showed up and jumped into the mix. And moments later, a loud bang rung out. Sandor was dead. Panic erupted and the police were called. Meanwhile, Percival and Oelsen learned from RIT crime lab specialist Coco that although the bullet was actually not recovered, the shot was not fired at close range. At almost the exact same time, Novak found this bullet inside a wall at the snake pit, horribly deformed and mushroomed, and sent the information through his KIA unit to the mainframe. Percival found that his co-worker and fellow replicant Mirren had not arrived at LAPD HQ, and no contact from her has been had as of yet. Meanwhile, at the snake pit, questioning the dancer Iris, we found that Iris didn't seem to know who Styles was. He was horribly distraught at the affair of the night before. Novak gave his criminal contact Corgi a call to find out what the seedy underbelly of the city might know of the night's goings-on. And while he did so, Fenna spotted Styles outside and started to ask him questions about the night before. Styles corroborated the story given by Iris, although he seemed quite frightened and averse to talking. Corgi said that he would check with his connections and would get back to Novak by the afternoon. Morning moved to the day shift, and during that time, Percival and Fenna went to investigate Mirren's apartment, only to find that she was gone and all of her possessions were missing as well. They then went to Leia's apartment and cased the joint, finding a variety of clues, including a butterfly jar filled with anemoid butterflies, a photo of a dark-haired child who looked very similar to Leia, with the words Doc Badger on the back, and a book of poems by William Blake with a single page torn out. Percival remembered that Doc Badger was a pawn shop owner in Sector 5, and inscribed on his notes that maybe it was a lead that they should check out. Fenna and Novak went back to the crime lab, giving Coco the bullet and a sample of the blood found at the scene. Coco indicated that the analysis of said evidence would complete by the afternoon. The two then checked out the mainframe and unfortunately did not find anything on Styles. But when searching about Jell Schuyler, they found that he was indeed as big of a fucking jerk as everyone seems to think he is, and a bigot to boot. That said, you remembered that the enhanced photo of the Metro cab sent to you by Percival and Baker's investigations could actually lead you to know where that cab could have gone. The two of you determined that going to the Metro cab dispatch was a good next step. On your way there via your spinner, seeing as you've neglected to show up, the PR manager of the Wallace Corporation, Quell, called you on your vid phone and told you, no, not told, ordered you to meet her at Wallace HQ immediately, adding that any delay would not be well received by her superiors or yours. Percival and Fenna, in your absence, said that they would follow up at Metrocab in your absence. And that is where we start tonight. Oh, getting some ambient background noise.
Is that my husband? Okay, I will mute myself.
No,
I didn't
it's
know.
fine. It's fine. Didn't know.
He's on the phone. He just walked in the door and he sounds like he's on the phone and agitated about something. So I'll mute.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. So, I think that maybe we should then start to for Oelsen and Percival's investigation. I always liken, actually, as I spoke to you guys before, I kind of liken it to like these two, and then these two. It's kind of like a very sort of Law and Order thing going on that we've got
In the cyberpunk justice system.
That's in the cyberpunk justice system. Doom doom.
The lawful good party and the chaos party.
Who's who though? Let's be honest.
Oh,
Let's
that's
be
fair.
honest. Because there's some on both sides. Let's just call a spade a
I
spade.
don't know. I've already pretended to be a drunk girl in the course of this investigation.
You have done so. It was very entertaining.
And I'm described as a loose cannon no one wants to work with.
So let's go to Oelsen and Percival's investigation. This is, by the way, beginning the afternoon shift. You've had your morning shift, you've had your day shift. This is now the afternoon, the third of your 3 shifts that you should accomplish. That you probably would do best to take some downtime, as going more than 3 shifts without downtime has some serious repercussions on your overall mental and physical well-being.
Which I cannot afford right now.
Totally fair. So let's go to
Sometimes.
Oelsen and Percival. You guys were asked by your erstwhile partners Novak and Fenna to go and check out the Metro Cab dispatch to find out more about this cab that Leia seems to have jumped into just after seemingly disappearing from the snake pit. What I'm going to do is actually going to move you guys to the map scene to show you sort of where in Los Angeles everybody is. The 2 teams, right? So if we look at here, we have Percival and Oelsen. I believe you guys are moving from where you guys were, which was at Leia's apartment, to Metrocab Dispatch. Metrocab Dispatch is sort of like, it is, again, in the same sort of area, I believe. Let me double check. I believe it's Sector... Metrocab Dispatch. Actually, it's in a dingy old building in Sector 5. So, yeah, it's still in the same sort of vicinity of this particular area of Los Angeles. Let's say, how about... I think it should be probably... I'm going to say it is, unless it's indicated by... Oh, I don't see it as any one of these little things here. I'm just going to pick that it's probably near Piss Alley, because that's as good a place as any. Let's say it's a Piss
Makes
Alley.
sense.
I mean, right? There you go. All right, so there you go. It's not too far from your position. Probably take a spinner there, or potentially walk. The bright orange ball, also known as the sun, seems to have met its zenith at the top of the sky and is now slowly cresting down towards the horizon. Does so even though you see this sort of majestic red sphere in the sky. It doesn't really do very much to cut through the ever-present smog and rain that occasionally patters down upon you. And when you reach MetroCab Dispatch's office, when you get to the MetroCab Dispatch, it's the afternoon. People are taking their lunch. You occasionally see, floating through the sky, the occasional spinner. Of course, you know that spinners are really only reserved to those who have the wealth to afford them, or the ever-present powers of the LAPD. And you do see, in fact, the Metro cabs themselves. Now, Metro cabs are not spinners, right? They are actually ground vehicles. And they meet the needs of the peoples of Los Angeles. But the thing about Los Angeles is that even though Metro cabs attempt to make their way through the streets are choked with people. I mean, let's be honest. Los Angeles in 2037 has over, I think, 20 million people in it. It's pretty insane. So, going and finding yourself a Metro cab and getting yourself from place to place, sure, you could do it. It's not going to get you there very much faster than, say, walking, depending on where you're going. But when you reach Metro Cab Dispatch, you see the Metro Cab logo. And it's sort of in this bright orange and purple neon. And it just says Metro Cab with a K-A-B. What do you guys want to do?
Walk on in.
Okay. Oelsen.
I'll be right there with them.
Cool beans. The place is a mess. The smell of cigarettes just pervades the entire space. There's sort of a haze of cigarette smoke as you walk in to this filthy office. You see maybe a half a dozen to a dozen people there. All of them have earpieces and microphones attached to these sort of like big headsets that encapsulate their heads. And as you walk into the space, the front desk receptionist looks at you. She's sort of chewing her gum. Hello, how can I help you? Welcome to Metro KO.
Pull my badge out, and we're looking for a cab last night that left the snake pit. We need to track where it went.
Oh, well, you're gonna want to talk to Ermgard.
Where's he at?
He's a dispatch. He's in the dispatch office, and she points across the sort of array of seats to a sort of higher up platform built into the wall, and you see that there's a plate glass window, and there's this sort of short, gruff man, balding, gray-black hair, wearing a filthy collared t-shirt, and he's just stomping back and forth. And although you can't hear him clearly, you can hear maybe through the plate glass just sort of muffled screams as he's like, and then she just smiles at you, the receptionist. That's her. I'm gone.
Head on over.
Sounds charming.
Thank you.
Do appreciate your help.
Okay.
Head on up to his door.
Okay. You open the door. Says reception. I'm sorry. It says beg your pardon. It says dispatch on it. Door's closed.
Open the door.
It's locked.
Flash my badge.
You just put it like up right against the glass.
Yeah.
Yeah. The guy looks at it. He's like, oh. And then you hear as the lock opens and the door swings open, and the man who looks up at you, he couldn't be taller than, I don't know, 4'4", 4'5", short, pudgy guy, balding, looks up at you. He's got a big headset and mouthpiece, and he sort of flips the mouthpiece up, and he's like, yeah, what?
We need to track a cab that left Taffy Lewis's last night. Here's the number. I need to know where it went.
Yeah. I'm very busy. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to come back a different time.
Yeah, we kind of need this now.
Things happen now.
Okay, roll. Either one of you, depending on if you want to make this a group check or individual, can roll manipulation.
Go ahead, Oelsen.
I love the fact that like you're like, looking at each other to do it. It's like, no, you do. No, you go for it.
Then to remember how I am so sorry, guys.
No worries. You open up your character sheet and there's a manipulation. There we go. Nope, that's just Will and Novak saying, oh, yes, the old nice cop
Look.
polite cop.
Do I just hit?
Yep, you just hit the manipulation skill on the character sheet.
Yeah. I hit the.
There you go.
Oh my gosh.
That's one success,
Just-
which is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, that's enough. He's sort of, what do you say, Oelsen?
We'd really appreciate your help on this matter. It is urgent. And it's really for the best interest of everybody here as well, because you all could be in danger if we don't get this taken care of.
Fine. Come on in. And then he ushers you into his office and shuts the door behind you. All right, so what do you want to know?
We just need to know where the cab went, where it left. We know where it started. We need to know where it dropped off the fare that was in the cab.
I mean, I can find out where it went. I can check my records, but you got the cab number? You got the ID number?
Give it over to him.
Okay. He looks at the enhanced Esper footage. He's like, Jesus. Squints at it, puts down like his glasses over his face, and then puts down like a couple more lenses to look it up even more close up. All right. Pumps in the number into a computer on his desk, and he says, let me check here for 1 second. Okay, the cab. This cab left the snake pit and picked up a passenger and then dropped off that passenger at Anemoid Row. Not too long after that passenger was picked up.
Do we have an address or just somewhere there?
Jeez. It doesn't give me a whole lot of more information. It says Anemoid Row here on the computer. That's all I can see.
And the GPS location.
I don't have it. Listen, I don't have a GPS. You could ask Earl. Earl was the cabbie, but I'd have to
Is he
really.
in right now?
I mean, he's on shift. Yeah.
How do we get a hold of him?
It's real tough. I don't know. It's gonna be real tough to get hold of.
Let him know you've got a special pair for him.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just feel like maybe there are circumstances that are out of my control at this point in time. Kind of.
There are things that you can do. You do know how to use a phone. You can make the call.
Oh, I certainly do.
That's true.
I certainly do.
Yeah, we're the lawful team, Sarah, sure.
He just smiles at you.
Toss him a few bucks.
You're gonna have to pass him a chinion. Yeah.
There we go.
So how much chinion do you have?
I don't know. Let me look.
Take a look on your character sheet. Yeah, toss him a few bucks, and you're like, oh shit, I don't have that much money.
I will toss him one.
How much chinion do you have currently?
I got 2.
Okay, so you're gonna toss him one of your 2 chinion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, so I gotta be honest with you, I don't know if chinion are a physical representation of money or not.
Well, I think that Chinyan points, like it's Chinyan points,
Yeah.
as opposed to
Actual chinion.
individual dollars. So I think that represents like how much
Bitcoin.
money you have to throw around, as
Mhm.
opposed to like, as far as the score sheet is concerned, it seems to me that it's more about like how much financial weight you can throw. Can you afford a good bribe or can you afford a cheap bribe? Kind
That's a
of
good
thing.
point. I'll have to look it up in the break and see like if chinion in the world of Blade Runner are physical money or not.
I'll take a look at it right now while I'm not doing anything.
Fantastic. Thank you, sir.
Hand it to him. Swipe it to him.
Okay, yeah. Give him your card. Awesome. Yeah, he sort of smiles as the transaction is made, and he says, all right, hold on 1 second. And he picks up a sort of small metallic device, punches in a couple of numbers, and he says, Breaker 7-2, Breaker 7-2, this is dispatch. Come in, Breaker 7-2. On the other end, on the speaker end, you hear, Earl, what the hell are you doing? Yeah, Earl, yeah. So, listen, I got some people here who are kind of inquiring as to what's, some of your work was, last night. Can you, let me know, piece of information? Why are you talking so strange there, Earl? Listen, Earl, just answer the questions, all right? Listen, You remember you got a fare last night? Some girl? Yeah. It looks like he's looking at the photo. Girl. Looks like a girl in sort of a long coat, short hair. Oh yeah, I remember this. Some girl last night. She was real something. She was super upset, and I remember she got me real scared. What do you mean she got you scared? Yeah, she was all nervous and she had a gun. Irmgard looks at you. She had a gun? Yeah, she had a gun. Yeah, she told me to bring her to Animoid Row. Like just right there on the street. She didn't tell me a specific address. And then once she got there, she paid me and then she just opened the door and disappeared into the crowd. All right. And then Irmgard looks at you. That good enough?
Good enough.
Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you. Close the door behind you. I got work to do.
Snap it shut.
Okay. I'd say that is your day shift activity. Let's move to the day shift of activity with Fenna and Novak, who have decided... No, I don't think decided. I think that they've been... Let's be honest. I think that they have been requested to come to the Wallace Corporation. So if we take a look on our wonderful sheet here, we're seeing the Wallace Corporation. And I think I showed you guys this really great handout, but I'm going to do it again because it's just the art is so baller that I want to show it to you.
And I've got your answer on Chinyan.
Hit me.
It says the currency used in LA these days is the Chinyan. You don't need to track exactly how much money you have. Instead, this is handled in an abstract manner. Typically, you have enough Chinyan in your wallet to cover daily expenses. For bigger sums of money, Chinyan points are used. For any large expense, you need to spend Chinyan points and roll for connections, which is explained in Chapter 8. And that's like getting shit on the black market or getting stuff that you don't have the promotion points to get from the LAPD. So basically... if you're just trying to slip the guy a 50, you can assume that as long as you've got at least one Chinyan point, you've got enough to do that.
Okay, cool. So it doesn't sound like Chinyan
That
is specifically like
makes life
a
easier.
currency, per se.
It is the currency, but your Chinyan points don't represent finite amounts thereof.
Cool. Got it. Love it. So there is Wallace Corp. In all of its glory. And I think...
Yup.
that as your spinner flies through the sky towards Wallace Corp, you sort of see the streets of Los Angeles sort of as if people were insects. The small sort of shadows of people in the interminable lights, the remains of the nights after the blackout of Los Angeles. And so, as you approach Wallace Corp, there is a distinct difference in the sort of feeling of your day-to-day activities. You know that going to Wallace Corporation is not something that is often done unless you are of a distinct, how best to put this, either worth or value to the folks at Wallace. But they don't just allow anyone to come to HQ. And certainly not speaking to the head of their public relations department, who you know is a replicant by the name of Quell. Now, I'm going to give you another handout because just the handouts are so gosh darn good. Here is... Actually, I'm not going to give it to you quite yet. First, let me just describe to you what exactly you... what it is that you see when you arrive at at once. Here we go. Wallace headquarters. Corp. The tower of Wallace Corp is this monolithic, as I said before, sort of cyclopean edifice that is just, it just overshadows the entire sprawling cityscape of Los Angeles. And I'll be honest, it really leaves no doubt about who wields the ultimate power in Los Angeles in 2037. It used to be, of course, the Tyrell Corporation. But the Tyrell Corporation towers were nothing compared to the giant mega buildings that are now the Wallace Corporation headquarters. And as your spinner arrives, as being directed by internal traffic at Wallace Corp control, you are directed to a huge internal garage where your spinner comes to an abrupt landing. Once your spinner lands, it actually descends as the landing pad that you're on actually sort of retracts, almost subterranean. And you find that the lights around you begin to sort of glow golden and blue. And there are several members of the Wallace Corp staff who, when you arrive, seem to already know of your arrival, as they have prepared themselves and are standing directly outside the position that your spinner lands or sort of descends to. They are very attractive, clearly replicants in that they are almost too perfect for them to be average, normal day humans. Their hair is perfect, their skin is flawless, their eyes are glowing, their figure is immaculate, and they wear very tight-fitting and somewhat revealing outfits. And as you exit the spinner, they wordlessly bring you to the front desk of the Wallace headquarters, which is sort of this steel and gold block in the midst of a giant cavernous entryway. And wordlessly, they nod at you and leave you there. The hairless clerk behind the desk looks up at you with eyes that have a sort of inner glow to them. And he picks up a nearby phone and says softly into the receiver, "Yes, they're here. Yes, I'll send them up. Thank you." And hangs up the phone. He then swivels in his chair and points to a single elevator bank behind him. He says,
Fenna go ahead.
He says, "Top floor."
Fenna will just smile and nod and then cross to the elevator like she is someone who is worth being at Wallace Corp.
Novak is probably sort of hunched with his hands in his pockets and scowling, but will also move with purpose.
When you take the elevator to the top floor, you watch as the doors soundlessly open, and you are received into an immaculately decorated office, which I'm going to give you the handout. Here we go. little bit different. As you enter this space, there is this sort of austerity to it. And you see a long, dark wood table furnished with beautiful oaken chairs around it. And you do, in fact, see that there is a person in the room besides yourself. Again, this sort of svelte, very smartly dressed individual in a sort of a gray tunic. Her hair is very tightly woven behind her head. And as she turns to you, you see that she has this just flawless, immaculate face. But her face is not pleasant to look at in that it has no sort of emotional resonance. It's just very... It's almost like looking at a doll's face. Let me give you that handout. This is the entrance to the HQ. Very cool.
Oh, nice. I like it.
She is sitting at the end of this table. And she is smoking. Long drags of smoke issue forth out of her mouth. And she stares at you unblinkingly as the two of you exit the elevator. The floor is polished to a mirror sheen. And you see that there are some elements of sort of Japanese or perhaps Asian architecture to an otherwise almost, what's the best word for it? Tomb-like austerity of this space. And as you exit, she presses a button which beeps on the pad in front of her, and she says, "Detectives, please come in. I've been expecting you."
Miss Quell? Walk forward. I imagine my heels are clicking quite echoey on the polished floor. I'll cross to where she's sitting. I will pull out a chair near her and sit down.
As you do so, she says, "Just well. No, miss.
My apologies.
And your partner?"
Novak will probably be actually walking along the sides of this tomb vibe and studying a little bit of the Eastern influences. Can I glimpse anything with an observation about what they're trying to put forth as a personality choice or an imagery, whether it's wealth or a certain... What is this particular posturing of display saying about them?
Yeah, go ahead and make an observation roll.
As he's doing that, Fenna sort of calls over her shoulder as she takes a silver case from her purse and also takes out a cigarette, sort of taps it on the back and lights it and says, "Novak, stop pacing like an insomniac. Get over here and introduce yourself. You promised to play nice."
As you look, Novak, and hear Fenna's voice, of course, you look and it's very clear to you that this room screams, "I don't need to have physical objects. That they mean nothing to me. That the most grand or the most valuable artifacts in the world mean very little. My power is everywhere. I don't need to have things to show them all."
I will circle around the room once to the long loop to sit next to Fenna, but make it look like I am more distracted by this than I actually am, for the sake of appearing less interesting and both less interested in the conversation.
Okay. She looks at you and well, you guys can see Quell's mugshot. I mean, it's right there on the... And she says to the two of you, once you've both sat down, she says, "Detectives, thank you for coming. I want to, if I can, please..." And she sort of laces her fingers as she puts her cigarette in a small ashtray in front of her. "I want to make something very clear to the two of you. I'm disappointed. I explained to Deputy Chief Holden that I expected you here. It's now approximately 3 p.m. I want you to be very much aware of the import of how handling this case is critical to the Wallace Corporation, and that it is essential that it be closed as swiftly as possible. The Nexus 9 launch was just over a year ago, and to be honest, the public is still getting used to replicants amongst them." And then she sort of leans forwards towards you both and says, "The survival of society as we know it depends on a smooth integration of the Nexus 9s. So I'd like to take the opportunity to ask you, since you've had the chance to pursue the investigation somewhat, what you know so far."
Well.
Shoots a look at Fenna and does not say a goddamn word.
Oh, yeah, she can probably tell exactly what you're saying. Well, as I'm sure you're aware, commenting with the public on an ongoing investigation is not generally de rigueur. However, considering the importance of the Wallace Corporation here in Los Angeles and your vested interest in this matter, I'm sure that we can give you some information which we would not have had we not gone to investigate the crime scene first thing this morning before it was cleaned up.
She sort
In
of,
doing so,
before you continue, she sort of looks at you, gives you just like a little, you don't even need to make an insight check. She's just sort of like, her eyes sort of squint a little bit, and she sort of begins to stare at you. Keep going.
and of course, I'm sure you can tell by how closely you're looking at me that I too have a vested interest in the integration of Nexus 9s here among human society. That being said, while current motivations are unclear, we do know that there were, out of game, they're called humans rights activists, humans first?
They're human supremacists.
Human supremacists.
Yeah.
Okay. There were several known human supremacists on site at the Snake Pit last evening when this unfortunate event occurred, and that is the lead that we're in the process of chasing down when we received your call. We don't have much further to go on. As you say, we've only had a few hours rather, to investigate this case, but rest assured, we are running down all pertinent leads.
I see. She sort of like looks for 2 seconds at Novak and then back to you, Fenna, and she says, "I'm very happy to hear that all leads are being followed. But I do want to reiterate that Deputy Chief Holden has pledged full disclosure to Wallace, and cooperation with Wallace Corp during this investigation is what we expect. The consequences of non-cooperation would be unfortunate."
We came as soon as we received your call. How have we been uncooperative?
Deputy Holden was advised early this morning. I find that to be disappointing.
Deputy Holden assigned us to get the information so that you could have your answers, and we want to make sure that we are thorough in our investigation so that you
Her
can
head
launch smoothly.
swivels
And this is the
towards
first
you,
time
Novak?
Novak has made eye contact
Sure.
with her.
So her head just like slowly swivels towards you as she just detects some hostility in your voice, and she just like lets you let it out.
And he will catch himself on that swivel and try and
Fenna just
compose his next sentence.
Takes a drag of her cigarette and smiles a little bit while he has his little outburst.
We cannot come running to your feet yipping with information if we haven't collected any. So you can be upset about the speed at which we arrive, but the only way you're going to get full and thorough information is by letting us do our jobs. Well, no miss.
It is also worth
Then-
noting that Deputy Director Holden didn't tell us that there was a time frame on our arrival, so if you have an issue with his communication, it would behoove you to take it up with him.
Oh, be sure of that. We will.
Well, since we're here, does Wallace have any information that might be useful to our investigation?
Make a manipulation roll.
Bullshit check.
No. Make a manipulation roll for Fenna.
Okay, boop boop doop doop doo. 2 successes.
She says, as she sort of swivels her chair in your direction, Fenna, away from Novak's glare, she just like full on like looks at you, shoulders to shoulders, and she says, well, since we're on the level, I may be able to give you some information. What do you wish to know?
Do you know anything about the where the fuck is her designation? Do you have any information on the LH3-7.93 model that is currently missing after the altercation at the Snake Pit?
We do have some information on this model. She sort of taps a couple of buttons on her datapad in front of her, and she says, this model seems to have failed some of her baseline tests recently. It was actually brought here to Wallace Corp for recalibration. This is, of course, standard procedure. With tens of millions of N9s being produced, minor malfunctions are expected, in rare.
And who was in charge of her recalibration?
We have teams of scientists that are specifically designated. I don't know them.
Would it be possible for us to speak with the team or the individual who was responsible for her recalibration?
I find it highly
Just to have a better
unlikely
idea of
that this
how
had
she was
anything-
malfunctioning.
As she begins to sort of speak over you, she says, I find this highly unlikely that this had anything to do with it.
When was this recalibration?
Why?
I can certainly give you the dates if you... And then she taps the pad and sends you the data to your KIA, actually.
Yeah.
And as she's doing that, say, why are you so certain this has nothing to do with her disappearance?
She doesn't answer you. Instead, she says, I suggest that you should investigate the human supremacist groups, as you stated, that are inciting hatred and violence against replicants.
Well, we have every intention of doing so, but as you said, we are running down all pertinent leads. And if this unit is malfunctioning and is out in the public, well, that's not going to paint a very pretty picture for Wallace if something bad should happen to her, or because of her.
Again,
Would it?
minor malfunctions are to be expected. There are millions, tens of millions of N9s produced. Here is the occasional slip-up that we need to rectify. And she
And
sends
you think you'd look good with egg on your face when a major malfunction slips by during a launch?
She sort of, the ends of her mouth sort of like come up in a smile, and she says, Detective Novak, do you like your job?
Not particularly, no, but I try and be good at it.
Novak, it's fine. I'll just make a note in my file that Wallace didn't care to disclose the details of the recalibration. It's not a problem. They're well
Can
within
handle
their
a
rights.
lawsuit.
They're well within their rights as a private entity to withhold information if they so desire. Isn't that right?
Novak's going to stand up and sort of start pacing around the room at the far end away from her. No longer glaring, just circling.
I love it.
I'm-
This is the handout
And
that
I-
she gives to you, though. I'm just gonna.
I look up at Quell and I say, I'm sorry. He said he would play nice.
So this is the handout of the LAPD
Okay.
profile database for Leia. You see the performance report that she seems to have had was a baseline test failure on the 3rd of March, a baseline test failure on the 27th of April, a suspension the 28th of April, recalibration the 7th of May, and then return to active service the 8th of May. So not too long before today has she been returned to active service.
It's like June now, right?
It's still May of 2037.
Okay.
Hang on a minute. All right. Additionally, the LH unit and the Sandor unit were at the Snake Pit investigating potential Nexus 8 activity. Has Wallace had any news of that internally that we might be able to further track down? Maybe something to do with those humans first groups?
Well, we have no interest nor any need to discourage or encourage the use of a redacted and, to be perfectly frank, completely obsolete unit of the Nexus series. We're much more
Excellent. She's
interested
sort of
in purveying the Nexus 9s into full production.
She has taken out a notebook and is taking notes as they speak. Says, all right, so Wallace has no interest in any Nexus 8 activity. Very good. So if I hear anything about those Nexus 8s, then I'll assume that you don't need to know anything, and I won't trouble you and waste your time.
No, I believe that's your job to hunt those down, not ours.
Very good. Well, I do believe that is all we can ask of you, and we have told you all that we have. Is there anything else you'd like from us today, Quell?
She sort of purses her brow for a second, which is the first time you've sort of seen her do any kind of facial movement beyond that of sort of very deep-seated passive aggression. And she says...
Two can play at that game, baby.
Oh yeah, no doubt. She says, it's well worth noting, if you would like to note it in your report, that Leia was, however you decide to determine that in her current state, an early Nexus 9 model. And her memories were designed by the Lilith Memory Lab, one of Wallace's subcontractors.
Well, as you said, you don't think any her programming has anything to do with her disappearance, so I don't think it matters what series she's from. But thank you for the information. Very helpful.
I agree. It would be a waste of time if you would like to visit this place where her memory is gendered, but it is your choice.
Well, should the need arise. You don't seem terribly concerned with the Leia unit, but should that change, I'll be happy to investigate that further.
Excellent.
Is there anything else?
Not that I can recall wanting to relate to you in any regard.
Well, in that case, we do have an investigation to continue, so if you don't mind, I would like to excuse ourselves.
Oh, you're more than dismissed.
Thank you. And she will stub out her cigarette in the little clay dish on the table and stand up from the chair, look over to where Novak is growling in the corner and say, well, Novak, you're free. Novak, you are released. Let's get out of here.
Let me give you another really great sort of like trailing out shot of what Quell looks like when she's looking at you as you leave. Because this art is so dope. I just love it so much.
Oh, that's great.
God, I love Free League. This stuff is so good.
Ain't it?
Mm-hmm.
Ain't it,
The
though?
vibe is so on point.
Love it.
Amazing. Get that.
And yes, once again, heels perhaps making ever so much more noise. Just a tiny bit more noise than strictly necessary.
Sure.
On the polished floor on the way out.
Click, clock, click, clock.
Mm-hmm.
Novak is not a good enough actor to do a full-on child stomping tantrum in the combat boots he wears. He tries to go in counter step with Fenna, so it makes as much obnoxious noise as possible. And as the elevator doors close behind us, he reaches into his pocket, pulls out a cigarette, and goes, well, that was actually very informative. And it's the first time you've seen him in a good mood all fucking shift.
And Venice will tell him, go, shh, wait till we're outside.
He looks around the elevator to see if there's cameras.
Make an observation roll.
Oh, Fenna is 100% certain that anything
Absolute
they say or
whiff.
do inside this building is
Yeah.
being recorded.
Do you want to push
That's
that,
fair.
Novak?
Yeah, let's push it. Push it real good.
Go for it.
Nope.
So it's still
Okay,
0.
I'll let it ride.
Yep.
Yep.
Still 0. So the good news is that you didn't get any stress from it. Bad news is when you push a pushed roll and you still get 0 successes, there are consequences. As you exit the elevator, you see two individuals standing in front of the elevator with pretty heavily padded body armor and the Wallace Corp insignia on their chest. Their faces are behind heavy masked helmets, and they have very impressive-looking armaments. They have the new Ender rifle, and they're sort of holstering them up like this
Ben,
as you exit
Fenna's just
the
gonna
elevator.
flash her badge and say, "Problem, gentlemen?"
They don't say anything, and they don't seem to want to stop you. They're just
Walk
standing.
right by.
Shrug and walk right by.
Yep. As you walk by, they just sort of turn and look at you as you exit.
No response.
Fenna leaves with the exact same confidence she walked in with.
The minute the doors opened, Novak had regained his composure, but there's a spring in his step that wasn't there upstairs.
Novak, as you exit the I meant to say Wallace building. I only said that because something in your monkey brain makes you feel like deja vu. That when something happened very similar to this whole, it feels like you're in the same spot but in a different part of your life.
Oh.
Perhaps, I don't know, 2037. This happened back in 2019, so this was about 16 years ago. Before the blackout. You remember that day. That day as you look south towards the essentially demolished edifice of the old Tyrell Corp building. And you remember seeing the explosions from a vantage point.
Very specific one, right? We're talking about that?
Uh-huh. And your eyes sort of flash open. I think that Fenna walks about 10 steps as you stop and just look at the Tyrell building, as in the back of your mind that plays out.
Can I search my monkey brain for why I'm reminded of that now?
It's just the sort of concept of feeling very small. That you've
Noticing.
made to be felt small.
Noticing that she doesn't hear him walking behind her anymore. Fenna will stop and turn and kind of look at him. Say, Novak.
And you sort of catch that some of the scowl is back in his face as he's staring out. I would assume it's sort of like a viewport southwards.
Yeah.
Just sort of looking over the parking garage edge. He's just sort of looking out towards the silent wreck of this building, and you can see sort of it's starting to furrow back in his brow and the corners of his mouth, that scowl that he normally wears from the neutral face when they were exiting the elevator. It does take him a couple snaps before he pays attention and starts walking to you again. Feet moving before head.
What was that all about? She's going to ask him as they walk towards the spinner.
Something Pavlovian.
He's gonna raise an eyebrow, but not say anything.
He's not going to answer. He's going to finish his cigarette.
Okay. The spinner isn't too far from your position. You finish your cigarette, stub it out under your foot, walk to the spinner. It's getting towards the end of the afternoon now.
We can use our KIA units to send case data to each other on the go, right?
Absolutely.
All right. As they are moving, Fenna is going to. Can we do that? Like, can we send like notes and like individualized messages on it?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Okay, I just want to make sure I wasn't sure what the functionality.
Yeah,
of
it's like an
things were.
it's like a multi-tool for text and sending data and also uploading it, which of course you need, or
Yeah.
should I say you are required.
Because I know we
to
can't.
do.
I know we can't use it to make phone calls. So that's why I was just checking. But we
That's
can basically
correct.
we can send email. We just can't make phone calls.
That's
All
right.
Cool. Got it. She's gonna send a message to Percy that says, got a couple of dates for you to run down. Leah failed baselines on April 27th and May 3rd. See if we can find out what happened in her caseload on those days.
Percy, you get that data.
Because the
Come
last
through
time I tried to
yeah,
do anything in the database, it did not go well. So I'm going to delegate to the person who knows what they're doing.
Absolutely, I'll make a note of it.
Okay.
And I'm also going to send them everything that we've found so far.
Okay. Got it. Anything of interest specifically that you note within the data that you've obtained just recently at the Metrocab?
Yes. I'm definitely sending them the stuff on the her disappearing into Anemoid Row, the fact that she was carrying a gun and scared the hell out of poor Earl.
Got it. Got it. Is there anything that you neglect or potentially choose not to upload to the database?
No, I'm uploading all of it.
Got it. Okay. All right, folks. That's the end of the afternoon shift. Take the notes that you will, of course, or if you want, within your character sheet on the shift or on the log section.
So we had, technically that would be the evening shift, right? Because we had morning, day, and now this would be evening,
This
or
is afternoon. So there's
Oh, this
four
is still part of the
shifts.
This
Yeah.
is still part of the second shift. Okay,
No,
I
this
thought
is-
we had.
Sorry, so there's morning shift and day shift, and then the third shift, which is the afternoon shift.
Oh, okay. On our character
it's
sheet,
evening
it
on the
says
sheet.
evening.
Oh, it says evening?
It says evening because then there's night.
Okay, then let's call it evening then.
Okay, so this was a separate shift. That's what I thought.
That
I
is
was just
correct.
making sure.
In fact, let me just check to make sure. That is correct. Second here. Let's check out your sheets here. So you got morning, day, evening, and night. Yeah, let's call it. Let's call
This
that
is-
evening.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for indicating that to me. So now it's
Yeah. That's
Well-
why I just wanted to make sure that we were all clear on time.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It
While
indicates
we're-
afternoon on certain portions of the evening.
While we're taking notes, what was that second corporation where the memories were being plugged in?
Lilith.
Lilith Memory
Thank
Lab.
you.
I think on your way back, you individually, on your way potentially to your abodes to probably take some downtime, you get some information back from a variety of sources. For Percival and for Oelsen, you get back information from Coco at the RIT the RIT crime lab about the bullet. You determine that the bullet itself is ammo used in the PKD 5223 blaster, which is a standard issue for Blade Runners.
I was gonna say I'm carrying one.
I think, seeing as that information is relayed to Percival and Oelsen, I would like the two of you, or one of you if you so desired not to roll, to make a connections roll. No successes from Percival. Do you want to push that, Percival?
Sure, why not?
No
Nope.
successes from Oelsen. Let's see if Percival can pull it out, or Oelsen. Scour your memory for all of the information regarding bullets and ammunition. God, I know this. I know this. Oh,
Nice,
Oelsen comes
Oelsen.
out with 2 successes. Amazing. Oelsen, you know for certain, it comes to you in a flash of genius, that you know of a vendor called Bullet Bob's Runner Surplus that sells surplus Blade Runner gear.
I love this guy already.
And it's in Hawker Circle in Sector 4. That's what you knew. I don't know what
I
you
relay
wanted
the
to.
information to Percy.
Okay.
And look, I need to eat. I need a shower. I need to rest. Then maybe a shot or 3, and then we can get on the move again and go check this out.
Sounds good. I will relay the information to the other 2. And I was thinking about going to a cigar bar.
Oh, wow. Who knew? Percival was that
Have
kind of
fun
a...
with that. Well,
Yeah, go ahead.
when you're done with there, just come back to my place and we'll go from there.
Sounds good.
So what I'm hearing is Percival wants to take his downtime at a cigar bar, and Oelsen wants to take her downtime at her place. The skimmer ride to your abodes, Novak and Fenna, is interrupted by a vid call from Corgi. Do you want to take this call here and now, Novak?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna take it in the car.
Okay, cool. So
Corgi was my dude we shook
He's-
down, right?
Yeah, Corgi's the contact, yeah.
he's your
Your criminal
contact.
contact.
That is correct. So yeah, the phone
get him
rings. You see like incoming call, Corgi, incoming call, Corgi, and you click a button on the front of your spinner, and the sort of pockmarked face of Corgi, smoke sort of filling the view screen, and he says, "Hey, what's happening, Novak? How are you doing?"
Pretty good. What do you got for me, Corgi?
So I ask around, and we're in good steads right now. So I got some information that if you want to have it. Oh, hey, looks like you're not alone there.
This is my partner, Detective Fenna. Anything you say in front of me, you're gonna say the same way in front of her.
All right. Second, we'll see if I can pull out my notes here.
She's me, but with more muscle the next time you mouth off to me.
You're a funny guy. She says. Yeah, so... Found it. So, Corgi... Yes. Give me 1 second, folks. I have to find out exactly what Corgi knows. In fact, do you... oh, you know what?
I do. I wrote it down.
How many connections you get? You got a success, right? How many successes did you get?
Oh, I don't remember how many successes I got. The call was it would take 1 to 2 shifts to find out why the humans first were targeting potential Blade Runners. There was something about a second person that was also Blade Runner attached to the information. Or you know what? No, I take it back. It was that one of the was the dead body. That's what it was. Sandor was a Blade Runner confirmed.
Yes.
Yeah, and that since we knew he was the target when we went to Snake Pit, I was wondering if there's any connection as to that. So yeah, I specifically wrote down it would take 1 to 2 shifts to find out why, if he could find the information.
Okay. So here's what Corgi says. Corgi says, listen, I've been asking around, and number one, no one in my group of friends knows anything about the shooting. So, if you know what I mean, it wasn't like it was a gang hit or anything. Friends didn't get bumped off. 2 successes. Thank you, Fenna.
You're welcome.
Second piece of information Corgi lets you know is that he says, my friends have seen Leia around the snake pit quite often, drinking heavily. Seems like maybe she's got some reason to drown her sorrows in drink, if you know what I mean.
Can I throw an observation as to whether he's holding back anything from me, or if both of these things are the full information for those 2 circumstances?
Yeah, make an insight roll.
Oh yeah. Success,
Ooh, very nice.
Nice.
but also technically a failure as well.
No, you got
if that
1
matters.
success and one failure. But because you didn't get it on a push,
Got it.
you're okay. 1 success is as good as any. You can tell Corky's actually holding something back.
Corgi, you know me better than that, especially when your eyes dart to the left like that. What aren't you telling me?
Ah, damn it. Listen, Novak, I don't want to get anybody hurt or something like that. I think you're getting in a little too deep.
I'll bring my floaties next time. What am I missing?
He says, there was this albino guy. Leia seemed to hang out with him a lot. It was Styles.
You know anything
Pretty
about
vague.
the Styles guy?
He takes a long, deep breath. He says, yeah, he's a member of the Replicant Underground.
Do we know what that is? I mean, I would assume to some degree.
So, remember that for a very long time, before replicants were, quote-unquote, brought into the welcoming arms of society, replicants, even today, and you guys have seen evidence of that, have been despised and hated, subjugated, and been subject to bigotry. There is a distinct effort that you know is somewhat secretive, somewhat hush-hush, somewhat kept to a very minimal amount of people that know about it in terms of who's actually in it. That is a member of a very distinct movement that allows for replicants to be removed from society by taking them off-world.
Underground Railroad.
It is essentially the Underground Railroad.
Underground Railroad.
And I presume that since this is totally illegal, the police force certainly has thoughts on it.
The police have been investigating the presence of the Replicant Underground for a very long time. And although there have been leads as to who leads it and who the major players of it and how they are enabled to do the things that they do, there is no real evidence of said Replicant Underground. It's like the replicants one day are here, and the next day they just don't exist.
That's deep enough for me to climb out and get floaties. Thank you, Corgi. I appreciate you being straight with me on this.
It's like you can't let anybody know that I told you. Otherwise, I'm in deep shit.
Well, I presume you're discreet as always. Insight check.
Well, that's not a lie check. That's a feeling check.
I'll take manipulation if you want.
If you want to manipulate him to shut the hell up and don't say anything.
No, to try and see, like, does even he, in his normally chatty way, as a sort of scuzz, does he feel that he may have talked too much to get this information, or was he actually discreet about it?
I will do this for you, just because insight is very specific. If you roll an insight, I'll give you an emotion. If you get 2 successes, I'll tell you more.
How about an observation versus an insight?
Nope, insight it is.
Okay, great.
That's 0 successes. Do you want to push it?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna push the 2.
Still no successes.
Okay.
You
Alright.
don't get any further information.
Trying. That's good. Great. I'm good. I thank him and then punch down the call.
Before he punches off, I'm just gonna go, bye, Corgi.
Just
Give him
smiles
a
at you, and you
smile.
see just like his yellow teeth. And then screen shuts off.
Oh, he's a piece of work.
Yeah, I found it mildly advantageous when my former partner Remy screwed up some paperwork to allow Porgy off his leash, if you will, in exchange for towing the line a little bit.
Well, that definitely explains why Styles seemed so nervous when I was talking to him earlier today.
And it makes a lot of questions about what Sandor was up to if Leia and Styles are tight.
Or specifically what Leia was up to that Sandor got caught in the middle of.
All of this stuff rolling around in your brain is giving you headaches. You guys gotta
Absolutely.
take breaks. You're on the verge of just falling over for so much
Yeah, no,
information during a
like
single day.
I was about to I assume that by this point we're like rolling near to where I live, since I live near headquarters, and I'm just gonna kind of shake my head and say, well, I need to blow off some steam. So swing back around to this first thing tomorrow.
Sounds like a plan.
What are you where are you going to take your downtime, Fenna?
Fenna's going dancing.
Okay.
That is how she blows off steam.
Hell yeah. And Novak,
So
what about you?
she's gonna go home, she's gonna change, and she's gonna go out and hit the dance floor.
So, in the interest of utilizing the character sheets and abilities in a new game, I'm actually not going to take a downtime shift because I have an ability called Married to the Job,
Okay. What
Nice.
does that do?
where I can go with 4 shifts before needing downtime instead of 3 for the normal stress.
Very nice.
But that means you're just
as
gonna
we
get
are-
at the top of our morning shift tomorrow.
I'm just daylight savings myself so that you guys, if I do this stupid thing that I'm thinking about, have plenty to do in the morning while I'm sleeping off the hangover.
Mhm.
I am going to, after we park the car,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to shoot off a file on the KIA and quick message Holden that I am going to be late in the morning because I'm following up on a lead. And then I'm going to double back out a side door of the precinct, away from the garage, away from my usual mode of transportation. Not that I transported to get here anyway, because I got picked up. And I'm going to make my way down to Animoid Row.
Okay. All right. Very nice. Where specifically in Animoid Row would you like to go?
He doesn't know. He just knows that Animoid Row is where shit was happening because
No
of the file
doubt.
information.
Absolutely.
So my thought is I'm going to start doing a little bit of people watching and sort of get into Leia's head about if she got dropped off on the main strip,
Mm-hmm.
and presumably did we get the detail about the bullet yet or no?
I think so. Yes. Yeah. I mean, I asked Percival if he uploaded, and he said he did. Yeah.
So I'm going to try and put myself in her shoes for a little bit. I'm going to do what the Blade Runners do. I'm going to walk the streets, get some shitty food at the side cart, and I'm going to walk around and try and pace through her steps so that I can maybe figure out what might have looked appetizing to her desperation.
Okay. Cool. So what we'll do is we'll come back to you after the other 3 have done their downtime. Sound good?
Perfect. I'm
Beautiful.
going to take notes.
Fantastic. All right, let's go to Percival. Percival, you are intending to go to your apartment, am I correct?
No, he was heading to a cigar bar.
So a cigar bar. Of course, how could I forget? Cigar. The cigar bar that you go to, I think that it's probably not too far from where you currently are, so that you can stop by Oelsen's afterwards. So maybe it's like somewhere in Sector 5, like probably near the financial district, because that's where those guys in the financial district, after their hard day and work in finance, that they want to go to a cigar bar. So I would say that you probably head over to that particular district. You probably head not too far, and then it's nighttime, so people have gotten dinner, then done their particular stuff, and then you go and spend time at a cigar bar. I myself haven't gone to a cigar bar in many years, so I don't. I'm gonna be honest. I assume you know more about cigars than I do. Sorry, Ben.
Possibly.
I am not a cigar aficionado. So what kind of cigar is it that you try to go for?
Oh, I would imagine that he likes to try something different every time.
Okay.
There's something he hasn't tried before, something that sounds good, something that smells good.
Okay. The word cohiba for some reason comes to my mind.
There we go.
Oh,
Am I right in remembering that's a
I believe so.
decent
That
cigar?
sounds right.
Okay. Yeah, I think you order a cohiba. The guy behind the bar is like a sort of a ragged looking guy with like a slick of black hair. That looks at you with just a drained face. He's like, "Hey, are you liking?
How's it going?
Are you liking? Is good?
It's very good.
You want a drink?
Absolutely. What do we have?
Oh, we got whiskey. We got bourbon.
Bourbon.
Got vodka.
Definitely bourbon.
Oh, good. Gives you a drink. Sitting there smoking your cigar, drinking your drink. What I'd like you to do, actually, for me, since we're gonna do this with the other three folks, and eventually too, for Patrick once he decides that he's gonna do it, is I'd like you to roll me a D8.
A D8.
Yes, please. Okay. You're smoking your stogie. You're drinking your drink. Time passes, and you smoke, and you drink, and you smoke, and you drink, and you think about today's events. And you stare out the window, and you see this absolutely enthralling animated advertisement of, let's see, 2037. Yeah, you see this sort of like beautiful holographic image of a woman whose hair is just like flowing in the wind. And you see like, come to the off-world colonies. You'll be a better person because of it. And this woman is like beckoning you. It's almost like she's pointing directly at you. And you just feel like your heart beginning to race. Please make an insight roll. Okay.
Nice.
You feel
Much better.
like this sort of strange connection to this completely animated and obviously not live person. Dozens of meters tall and enthralling and trying to, in some way, sort of almost charm you. But you're able to sort of blink out of it, even with the effects of the alcohol and the nicotine coursing through your artificial veins, and you are able to slowly sort of lean back and go, oh, that's something. And you just hear a chuckle from behind the bar as the bartender sort of goes, "They're getting really good with those ads now, right?"
They certainly are.
Yeah. And then he just takes a sip of his own vodka, or sorry, his own bourbon. Is there anything that you'd like to do during your downtime except just relax and enjoy this particular event?
Yeah, he wants to pull out the photo that he pulled out of the apartment of childhood Leah, the one that looked like his memory, and then I want to pull out the mugshot of the Blade Runner Leah. I want to set them side by side. How much do they look alike?
Very, very similar. It's like one has a filter of a youth version of them, like they are in TikTok nowadays. Like do like that sort of youth filter of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost uncanny.
Have I ever run into her at the precinct?
No, you haven't.
Okay. What was my... I guess it was a key memory, wasn't it?
That's correct. The key memory that you alluded to the last session, actually.
Yeah. He wants to think about that again. He wants to go over it, compare what he's got in his mind to these two photos. Does everything sync?
What do you mean by sync? Sorry.
Do they all three Leahs, do they look alike? Do they still look alike in my brain?
All three. The one in your memory, the live Leia, the Blade Runner, and the photo?
Yes.
Yeah, they do.
Okay. And I think he's just gonna sit there and stare at him and smoke his cigar and drink his drink. Occasionally talk with the bartender.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you spend the rest of the night, sort of, your vision becomes blurry eventually, and I think, although we don't have to sort of linger too long, after one too many drinks, you probably feel that it's time to leave. But
Yeah.
You feel a lot better, certainly. Yeah.
I'm gonna gather my photos and head to Oelsen's, like she said.
Now, of course, during downtime, each of you know that when you take downtime, you heal physical damage as well as stress. So if you had any stress damage, then you would heal 1. Any physical damage, and you would heal 1.
I don't think I do.
Fantastic.
No.
Sure. Head over to Oelsen's. Let's move the scene then to Oelsen. Oelsen, you've taken your downtime at your apartment, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Anything specifically you want to do while you're there?
Like I said, food, alcohol, shower, rest. Kind of going through the day's events, recentering, and long hot shower.
Feels good to
Always
finally
great to just
get the grime
breathe.
of the city off of your body. Just taking that time to just cleanse yourself mentally, spiritually, physically of this job and all of the stresses and worries that come associated with it.
Exactly.
Go ahead and
the
roll
little offshoot moments of, oh, I almost got myself in trouble. I probably shouldn't have done that one.
Exactly.
And,
especially after that fight in the afternoon that you saved that woman from. You remembered feeling like your hand shaking with anger and rage after those guys tried to beat up that poor replicant.
Yeah, I don't care if they're replicants or not. You don't do that to anybody. That's just a sure way to get me ticked off, so. Especially like that, though.
Towel rolling off your hair. Coming back, you hear the sounds of the outside world still, as obviously LA is still vibrant with life for good and for bad, even at this time of night. Roll me a d8, please.
I rolled one a second ago. Do you want me to roll it again?
Oh, you rolled a 5. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's okay. I just didn't know.
No, it's perfect. Yeah, you played, like, you put on some soothing music. you actually will heal not just 1 point of stress, but 2 points of stress.
Ooh, lucky you.
As you put on an old home movie. And as you watch the screen, drinking your drink sitting there in your robe with a towel on your head, you watch the movie and impassively watch a movie of yourself with a man that you know very, very well. And as the camera sort of like flits back and forth between a younger version of Oelsen Baker and you, perhaps a little bit more world weary, we see you just drinking your drink, watching you, laughing and enjoying life with this somewhat sort of older guy who also has a very broad grin on his face. Two of you walking along a beach together, enjoying perhaps better times. Your smile begins to sort of fade, and you just sort of stare through the gloom at this movie. And your eyes begin to droop, and your drink sort of spills out of your hand onto. Fall asleep. Fenna, you said that you go for the more entertainment choice, correct?
Well, yeah, so Fenna drops into her apartment, quickly changes out of her conservative police investigator clothing into a very short, very sparkly silver dress with sort of lots of like beads that dangle at uneven lengths, like sort of little strands of beads, so that it shimmers when she walks, and makes her way down to Nightclub Row. Not to the Snake Pit, fuck that place, but to another club that she is more familiar with, one with better music and a good dance floor.
Yeah, you make your way over to Sector 1, way to the far northwest of the city. Right up there.
Mm-hmm.
And
Probably catches a cab.
yeah, absolutely. Call your Metro cab, get yourself over there.
Yep.
And
She goes in.
Yeah, go ahead.
She goes in. She finds herself a seat at the bar. Not really a seat. She kind of just stands and leans on the bar. Orders a martini. And lets the music start washing over her. As she drinks and just kind of watches the crowd. She watches the way that people are with each other.
Yeah, the sounds of the thumping bass through the speakers, and people sort of like in their very finely cut outfits, just sort of working their way through you, so to speak.
Yeah, she's sort of just, letting the day fall off of her, let all of the different people that she's pretended to be, all the different types of people, all of the mannerisms just kind of like drop away, and waits until the dance floor is at its most crowded before quickly downing the rest of her drink and making her way to the absolute center of the crowd to just completely lose herself in the music and in the moment, and to be, for the one time in the day, that she can just completely be herself and not worry about what image she's projecting or what other people see, and she can just dance.
Nice. Go ahead and roll me a d8, please.
Alrighty. Please don't be something that hurts me. A 6.
Okay. Super. So you're in the crowd. Are you dancing with anyone in particular? Are you dancing by yourself?
No, dancing with herself. I mean,
Fantastic.
people may come and go. If somebody weaves into her space, she will dance with them until like the press of bodies carries them off again.
Yeah.
But she's just there to dance.
As you dance, your eyes are closed, you feel in tune with the music, and you feel the sweat coming off your brow, like your body pulsates with just raw emotion and the need to express yourself. And after hours of this, and just the feel of the crowd and how their energy moves through you, you feel just elation. And that's when your eyes open just slightly. And 50 feet from you, you see that person that you remember from not too long ago. And he's staring at you.
I kind of stop for a second and blink a few times to see if I am imagining it or not. And then when I see that he is still there, I am going to start trying to move my way through the crowd towards him.
Okay. He's very much there. He's just standing there, smirk on his face, crossed arms, dressed in an impeccable gray sort of jacket. And his hair is just coiffed in this brilliant sort of slicked back, but also very well, like, cultured style. His green eyes just piercing through the smog of the room. And you make your way through the crowd, and he stands there watching you move towards him.
So I'm still dancing a bit, like I'm still moving with the music, though not as intensely as I was before. And when I get to him, I will smile and then sort of put a hand on his shoulder and run it down his arm and take his hand and try to pull him into the dance floor.
He smiles, and he follows you onto the dance floor.
I'm gonna dance my face off with this man.
He doesn't say a word the whole
Neither
time.
do I. Nope. Me neither. Just
And he moves in and out. He doesn't seem to make any kind of untoward advances towards you. But you just feel that connection that you felt the last time you saw him. And you know you shouldn't feel this. That being a doxy is all about manipulating others, not yourself, willingly or no, being manipulated.
Oh, I know. But the thing is that in the moment, I really enjoy it.
How do you wish this encounter to end?
Oh, it's a really good question. I'm gonna roll a d2. The dice have spoken. After dancing for some period of time and dancing closer and closer, I'm gonna lean in and whisper in his ear, "Do you want to go somewhere else?"
He smiles at you, doesn't say anything, he just nods.
Then I'm gonna leave with him.
And I think we can veil that off. I think that's unnecessary to go into details as to what occurs. I think it's kind of implied.
Absolutely. Agreed.
All right. Novak. Tell me. Novak, you arrive on Anemoid Row.
Yeah.
Middle of the night. Which is... Where is Anemoid Row? It's in Sector 5. It's right here. Not too far from Oelsen's apartment. Let me just circle it with a big old circle. Where's that?
We did not get a specific cross street from the cab driver, right?
That is correct. In fact, the cab driver said that he parked on Anemoid Row. He asked her for an address. She didn't give him one. And then he watched her run out into the crowds.
I'm going to start ambling A little bit north, couple blocks. Start to think about situation. Taking what I assume is Sandor's weapon. Going off on her own, trying to clear her head. I am going to try and observe what might look safe or appealing to a synth replicant in this context.
So if you remember the original Blade Runner movie, where we first see Harrison Ford's character, we see him basically on a portion of the street that kind of looks very similar to what we're looking at here. Anemoid Row is very similar as well to the street just outside of James Hong's character. If you remember, James Hong's character was the character who made the synthetic eyes for all the synthetics. In this regard, synthetic materials are made in the same sort of space, right? Synthetic pets, synthetic eyes, synthetic hands, synthetic everything. It's all available for purchase for the people who have the Chinyan. And you know that somewhere here on Anemoid Row, you may find clues as to what occurred. You know that there are several different Anemoids spaces. There's one place sort of higher, probably of greater renown than the others. There are some places. There's like, I love the names that they give some of these spaces in Anemoid Row. The Fish Ladies, Guard Dogs Incorporated, the Bird Doctor, the Ostrich Farm, the Turtle Factory, Big Queen Chicken.
I'm imagining Anemoid ostriches running around Los Angeles.
For real, for real. They probably have them in big cages. There's one place called Superior Pet. Another place, Animal Memories, where you probably try to purchase animal memories for your Anemoid pet, which you could then implant in your animal to give them great memories of their whole life with you, even though they technically haven't had any. Triborough Zoological.
What was the one? Okay.
There's one spot called the Aurelian. Another one called Rockshmi's Apes. The Dragonfly. And then there are a couple of places where you will always find, in most of these spaces in and around Los Angeles, food stalls. Right? There's a place for Eastern fried rice and Bontafu burgers, Tasty Noodle, Niasi kebab, La Mesa dumplings, and of course the indispensable police information box where you can always find police officers.
So, what was the one before Animal Memories?
Before Animal Memories was Superior Pet.
So that whole chunk of the list seems interesting to me, while the first one seems super specific. The others seem a little bit more discrete and non-specific. Can I sort of check that? I assume, are these all linear? Like, as you're lifting them off, that's what I sort of see going down the street? Or they're just all
exactly.
scattered?
They are literally just, placard after placard after placard.
But you mentioned in the description that they also can get cybernetic enhancements for humans as well, the cybernetic eyes and stuff. Does any of the shop windows thusly listed look like there might be a sort of face adjustment or replacement to maybe look like someone specific? Or are they more focused on animal-based synthetic replicants?
You can certainly do an observation roll to see if you see anything that is similar to just doing anemoid versus synthetic or things for humans.
Okay.
Okay, 2 successes on that one. You don't see anything on Anemoid Row that is specifically for humans.
So that rules out one of the two things.
That is
correct.
correct.
Go ahead.
No, not at all. Here's what I do want you to remember, as, of course, suggested by Fenna, that LH had anemoid... Leia had anemoid butterflies. I'm going to give you that as a little bit of a... Maybe a little bit of a hook on where you might want to...
I was just going to say, that brings me to either Animal Memories, Aurelian, or Dragonfly.
If I've got the time, I'll go right down the line.
Yeah.
If not, I'll jump to the dragonfly first.
Yeah, it's fine. I think that you sort of like look at the dragonfly and you realize that that's not really where you're gonna go because it's actually a bar, which you can
Maybe I'll go
certainly
there later.
spend time going to if you'd like. But it is not the location that you probably would focus in on to get information about anemoid butterflies. So, you've really sort of knocked it down to the last two.
Two-ish. Burying the clue for the player in a long stack of things. Trying to think like this. What does the Aurelian shop window look like?
Yeah, so the Aurelian shop's front. Let me think here. It looks like. Let's see. The Aurelian shop would be. It's like a small shop. It's like a little vendor stand. You don't notice it being sort of enormously colorful or enticing in any way. You do see like there's a guy inside. Who looks like he's about to close up shop for the day because it is the middle of the night.
Wow. Did we get a photo of the butterfly jar or just a description?
It's a good question. Did you folks take a photo of that butterfly jar? I think you took it. You actually took the
They
jar.
took the whole jar, yeah.
I'm gonna fire off a quick ping to Oelsen then, being like, butterfly jar. Any markings?
No
Where
response.
might it come from?
She's asleep.
Does anything in the Aurelian shop look like they may have vessels or containers that I could interpret as a jar from how my team has described stuff to me?
Make a connections roll. How about that? Let's start with that.
Sure.
Just make a connections roll.
Phew.
So, you start asking around at the vendors on Anemoid Row. Do you know anybody about butterflies? La 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 la. Next thing you know, one of the vendors at Superior Pets is, oh yeah, butterflies. Yes. Over there. And he points to, surprisingly, the Aurelian shop.
Okay. Fuck my instincts. Yeah. I'm gonna go over as the shop is closing and just sort of do the last minute.
Sort of
Hi.
knock on the door.
Can you please? Yeah.
Okay. As you're looking through the sort of frosted window, as it's raining pretty heavily at this point, the sort of condensation's coming up. You see the face of a wizened old, dark-skinned man, and as you knock on the window, his face sort of peers in your direction, and you see that his eyes are completely white. No sclera at all.
I'm gonna try and yell through the plasteel, basically assuming that based off of that clue, the man's probably blind,
It's possible.
or there's some sort of eye enhancement. But just very like clear wording, clear voice through the window pane. Can I come in? Are you still open?
Make a manipulation roll because he's like shaking his head no.
Success.
Okay. He sort of like his head slumps for a sec, and he walks over to the door slowly. And you hear the as he unlocks the door, and he opens the door to you, and he says, "We're closing."
I promise this will be quick. I just have a couple questions for you, sir. And I'm gonna flash the badge. First time all day, I think.
He says, I don't want any trouble.
Not looking for trouble, just information, and then I'll be out of your way, sir.
Okay, come on in. And then he opens the door wider and shuffles you inside. And when you look inside this shop, you see that, in fact, there are many different sort of beautiful insects of different types that are in jars around the store. Some are butterflies, some are praying mantises, some are large beetles or some kind of scarabs or something like that. They all have this sort of iridescent sheen to them.
I fathom what that iridescence is?
You don't really know. I don't think there's like a role for it. Other than it's very much synthetic. It's not natural. But
Okay.
then again, what is?
Can you tell me a little bit about what it is you offer here services-wise? I know my eyes are pretty obvious, but I'd like to understand a little bit more in your words.
Yeah, that's what your question is. I mean, I'm a seller of animals of the insect variety.
And these are common collections. Are they rarities?
I mean, yeah, there are so many insects. We specialize in anything that our insectophile friends would like to have in their collection. We, of course, like butterflies very, very much. You see that, there are large, small butterflies, etc.
This is something you take from experience? Do you study tapes of the animals from well before? Do you program them, or do you act for sales purposes and not
Son, I don't
creation
understand
purposes?
what this is all about. If you would like to buy one of my insects, please, by all means, go ahead and choose the one that you would like. I don't have time for pitter-patter.
Well, then I'll be direct with you, and I'm going to pull up the KA and say there was a young lady. Looks like this. Is it possible that you saw her roundabouts the other night? She's a person of interest. An investigation that involves a dead body. Trying to understand what exactly might have led her to and from different places. It was reported that she was in this area. Something about your shop just caught my eye.
His eyes start to flit around, and you realize that he's not blind at all.
Okay.
That these are synthetic eyes.
Cool.
He starts looking around the shop. He's like, no, I don't have any idea who you're talking about.
Insight.
Yeah, go for it.
Oof, push.
That is, okay, you're gonna push that 5, you get a 1, that's gonna be a problem. Okay, so
Not a
it's
1.
Still, no ones on the push, but no successes. He says, now son, I don't like to be taken advantage of. I would like it, if at all possible, for you to leave me alone. I am a man who needs a great amount of rest for my age. If you would please be so kind as to, please exit my place of business.
I'd like to take a business card, sort of salute with it, and say, thank you very much for your time, sir. We'll be in touch if we find out anything more. Oh, and one more thing. How much do those butterflies cost? And I point to something that, to me, might spark interest and or description, whether or not we had the photo.
It's like some of those are very expensive. I sell them on average for anywhere between 2 and 4 chinian a piece.
How would I translate that to money?
Like $500.
Fuck. Okay. Thank you very much for your time. As
you say this, I just want to make sure that that you're aware of another amazing piece of art that I'm going to grant to you all, which is actually the mugshot of this gentleman here, the Aurelian. So let me give you what he looks like.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
It.
Dope. Very cool.
That's exactly how I was hoping those eyes could look. Okay. On that, no, it doesn't matter. Pushed and failed. Okay, I'm gonna tuck the business card in the coat. Spend a minute. Is it raining or not raining?
It's raining. Absolutely.
Always is raining. Spend a minute in the doorway. Sort of adjust the business pocket, the breast pocket with the business card, and take out a smoke. I'm gonna look like I'm futzing through my phone, but I'm gonna try and discreetly look over my shoulder to see if he's waiting in the window for me to totally leave first,
Yep.
or if he can close up in and around me, because I'll be outside the gate for that, standing within distance. He can close it and move on, or if he's like specifically looking at me like a hawk about all this.
Yeah, make a quick observation roll. Let's see if you make any successes on that one. Yeah, he does look like he's waiting for you to leave.
How close is it to the end of the block?
The Aurelian shop is about 3/4 of the way down the block.
Okay. I'm going to go the rest of the way down the block
Okay.
and try and find a vantage point where I am not easily visible,
Okay.
but can see the storefront and or, if possible, if there's like an alley in the back.
Okay. Let's say you do that. So as you're walking towards the end of the street, just because you got a really great observation roll, I'm gonna say that you see someone who sort of like, as you turn towards the end of the block, spins away from you and begins to run.
Time for mechanics, baby. Let's do that chase!
All right, and that's a good
Oh,
place
boy.
to take a break. Because I think it's time to take a break, and let's see what happens with what could potentially be a chase after a perp chase.
Yeah.
I'm here to help.
Perp chase. Only one person in this chase, so it's gonna be easy. So you're definitely gonna get it, right, Patrick? It's gonna
After my rolls on Thursday on this channel, I don't know if that's true.
be... Novak falls in a hole and dies. Reroll your character. All right. So
Don't jinx him like that.
I'm a jerk. All right, we'll take a 5-minute break and come back in 5 minutes for what ostensibly will be a nice little chase in the middle of the night after an unknown assailant or potential person who may want to kill you. All right.
Person of interest.
Person of interest. Yes.
T-O-I.
I agree. Let's take a break. We'll come back in 5. See you guys in 5. All right, folks, we're back. Welcome back. Yeah, Novak has just gone ahead and started to pursue a perp. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna move you, if we can, to the chase map. Now, what does that mean? Chase map. Here's what we're gonna do. This plays out in your mind essentially. So what we have is essentially, if you are engaged with that particular person that you're chasing, then you will both be in the engaged slot on the engaged map. If you are within short range from that person, then you'll be short. If you're within medium range, so for example, to have a like, oh, you move here and you move here and you move here, that's obnoxious and shouldn't ever really. You just want to sort of understand the distances between the pursuer and the quarry. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Fantastic. Now, part and parcel of the Roll20 game that's so great is the fact that there are chase maneuvers. We're going to get into what those are, but they have them as a deck in Roll20 that you and the person who is controlling the person who is the pursued or the pursuer can draw from. We're going to go into the mechanics of that. Before I do that, I just want to see if I can get a decent chase. Now, let's get a decent chase music going. This is good. This is perfect.
Nice.
All right, so here we have Novak. He's over here. Here we have the unknown quarry. He's over here. The way chases work, and I'm going to be reading, or paraphrasing, I should say, from the core rulebook, is when a chase occurs, obviously the game runner says a chase is now in progress and decides the starting range between the participants of the chase. In this case, we have Novak and the quarry being at medium range. Distances in chases are measured only in range categories. We're not working with zones here. This is not a combat situation. I mean, it can be, but at this point in time, you're just running after the guy. Most chases are between two parties, the pursuer and the quarry, or the prey. Let's call him the prey because it's kind of cool. Chases are played out in rounds just like in combat, but there's no initiative. What happens in chases is each participant gets one maneuver each round, which is actually chosen in secret and then revealed, flipped over, while the game runner, aka me, randomly generates obstacles to place in the pursuer's way. Obstacles, which there will be, in fact. Yes, you are on foot, so there will be a foot chase obstacles deck.
Mhm.
So I will be randomly
it.
drawing from that deck as well. So the procedure of a chase works like this. Each participant selects a maneuver in secret. I will randomly generate an obstacle and reveal it. The pursuer and the prey both reveal their maneuver, and the maneuver is resolved with the prey going first and the pursuer going last. A player or PC is allowed to cancel a planned maneuver, but no other maneuver may be chosen instead. The participant, however, just does nothing in the round. Make sense?
I think so.
There are 6 types of maneuvers. The first type of maneuver is pursue, or in the case of the prey, flee. The second type of maneuver is hide. The third type of maneuver is block. The fourth type of maneuver is cut off. The fifth is stand and shoot. And the final one is other. Depends on the pursuer or prey. But for the most part, we're actually really going to go for those 5 first maneuvers. Let's go through them very quickly in detail. For the most part, if you are doing a chase that is a ground chase, a foot chase, you want to choose ones that have to do with, either mobility or stealth or force or ranged combat, depending on the maneuver that you want to use. For pursuing and fleeing, it's all about mobility, right? That's the skill that you roll, and if you are successful, you will decrease or increase the range of the opponent to your opponent, depending on which maneuver you're choosing, by 1 step. If you are in engaged range at the end of the round, you have an immediate hand-to-hand combat attack against the prey, and the chase will be over, this is how a chase ends, if the range exceeds extreme at the end of the round, meaning the prey has escaped. Okay? The second maneuver is hide. If you use a stealth, which is an opposed roll against the person's observation, so the prey would hide, for example, versus the pursuer's observation. If the success on the part of the stealth from the prey works versus the observation, guess what? The chase is over. Or the prey can choose to make an ambush attack against the pursuer. It can only be done at medium range or more. Why? Because obviously at closer range, you'd be able to see the person making a stealth check. You will have disadvantage on a hide check at medium range, and you will have advantage on a hide check at extreme range. The third type of check is block. For this, you're using, obviously, force. To do so will basically sort of like shove the person off. You increase the range between yourself and between the pursuer and the prey. The pursuer must roll a force or cancel their own maneuver. So if, for example, they have a maneuver that they've chosen, like hide, for some reason or another, I'm sorry, not hide, pursue, and the other person chooses block, the prey meaning, the prey would roll a force. If they're successful, the pursuer has to roll a force as well, and if they're not successful, their own maneuver gets canceled out. And then the last one is done specifically by the pursuer. That is a maneuver called cut off, which is kind of like the opposite of block. The range becomes engaged. It is an opposed roll, mobility versus mobility. The range becomes engaged almost immediately, and then there is an immediate hand-to-hand combat against prey. You have disadvantage on a cut-off maneuver at long range or more. So it's like rushing up to the guy and trying to cut them off, but if you're at long range or more, you'll have disadvantage on the roll.
So if you're at medium, you can roll a cutoff to try to rush up and cut them off.
That is exactly correct.
Essentially move 2 stages.
Yes, the range immediately becomes engaged.
Gotcha. Interesting.
Cool.
Okay.
Here for it.
Yep. Of course, there's also stand and shoot. Basically, is a ranged combat, ranged attack. Either the pursuer or the prey can use that particular maneuver.
Mm-hmm. Let's do this.
I'm not going to go through the obstacles because those will be too much fun to give you guys in advance. All right. So, Go ahead
A
and
special surprise for ruining the player's ideas later.
I'm going to go ahead and say, hold on, let me make sure that the Chase Maneuvers deck is something that you can choose from. Allow choosing specific cards from deck. Yes, I'm going to say GM, players.
It's like a yes.
Yes, I'm going to do it. I'm going to say GM and players choose show fronts.
So essentially, you're going to draw it to yourself?
That is correct. In fact, you just say choose, right? If you mouse over Chase Maneuvers, there's one option that says choose. And if you click it, you'll see all of the available potential maneuvers.
Let's say do a test to make sure it draws it to your hand face down, and then you're going to have them deal it on the deck, right?
Yeah, you can definitely do that. Or you can just say deal. You can say deal one card.
I just want to see.
You can do one of two things, right? We can deal them to ourselves and then play them from our hand, or we can just grab them, say choose, and then grab them from the thing and throw them on the board.
Okay.
So if I hit the draw button here, draw one card.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, but
Puts
that just
one
draws it.
card
But that,
over
yeah,
on
if you
my
want to,
side.
if you
Now
want to
I know,
choose
yeah.
it, you have to drag and drop, like, because that's why I just said let's test it. So I go Chase Maneuvers available cards. You can have it open. You see which one you want, and then when Matt says it's time to draw or to show it, then you can drag and drop what you're gonna do.
Oh.
See what I mean?
Real quick, folks, I'm actually going to just do a couple of quick checks here to make sure that you guys can still see the screen, correct? On the Chase screen.
I was gonna say
Yes.
all three of those draws that the three of us just did, I could see all of the fronts of the face of the cards. But when I just clicked draw, it went down to the bottom for me.
But when you pick draw, you didn't get to choose what you did.
Right.
Correct.
So what you can do
because
is... Yeah, go ahead, Sarah.
when you choose, I was looking if there was a way to choose. There's drag to deal, and you can double click to make it big, but you can't choose to deal it to yourself.
I have an
You
idea.
to deal
I
it
have an idea.
to the table.
Let me do this. If I go players choose, show backs. What? Watch
There
this.
you go.
If I hit that, let me just recall all the cards.
Yep.
Second, let me just drag this and just that card.
Just having used a lot of Roll20 card mechanics, I know they can be futsy. That's why.
Absolutely,
That's why I was like, let's play with this.
You're absolutely right. Card mechanics within Roll20 are a little bit fussy. They're not like real life. So hopefully you guys will forgive us. So if you go now into Chase Maneuvers, right? You're hovering over the deck and you say choose, I can see the card that you just picked. Did you just pick that card?
Oh, now.
I
Nope,
can see it.
Now I
but-
can only see the back, so I don't know what I'm choosing.
Oh, see, I just clicked the top deck card and I can see that, but when I click choose, I've got 12 backs.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we need to do it the way that I said it, which was you have it show us the front.
Show us the fronts. Yep.
And then when it's time for the round to start, the player just opens up the choose menu.
Yep.
And then Matt, you're just like, and 3, 2, 1, deal, and you both drag and drop onto the table.
I love that
kind of
idea.
thing.
I love that idea. Great idea.
That seems like that's the best way it's going to work for choosing, because you can't choose it and then deal it to yourself to then
Because
reveal later.
if I drop hide here and you also got to hide,
Yep.
but if I do drag to deal, okay. Oh, but then it's
Do
still
we know
reveals
what we
one
want to
card.
do here?
Okay.
Do we want to do here?
I think so.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, what so basically, you're not going to drag and drop until Matt basically like gives a countdown,
Exactly.
like 3, 2, 1, go, and you'll both do it at the same time.
The physical version of this game would probably be a lot faster with chases because you have a deck.
Yeah.
You have a deck of cards, and you just go boop 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 right on the table, rather than okay, I choose this, right? So that's why it's important to make sure that this is if you're using Roll20 for this version of the game, folks. You have to make sure that you're doing this the right way with the Roll20 decks. Otherwise, it's going to be very strange. So follow what we're doing
sputtering
because
so
we're
you
doing it the right way.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
sputtering so you can cruise.
Amazing. All right. With that said, choose a chase maneuver for round 1, Patrick. Don't drop it on the table yet. I am going to deal a foot chase obstacle right now. I'm going to shuffle it. And then I'm going to deal a card. Actually, I'm just going to pull it. Boom.
And, I'll
And
drop
it is
under my
a
card.
Metro Cab. That is our... Oops. Drop that.
It's too fast.
That card. I'm gonna remove the other card. because it's pointless in this chase. So the Metro Cab is... Yeah, go ahead.
I was saying, unless Patrick pulls a Patrick and comes up with something really cool he wants to do that is
That's
not part
a
of
good
those
point.
things.
You know what? That's fine. That's fine. Let me move that back then. I'll put that back. Recall. Patrick, I know which one you've already picked though. See, I asked you not to put it onto the
Right,
not yet.
misunderstood.
That's okay. No worries. So we choose the obstacle first, right? The obstacle has been placed, and then once the obstacle's down, then we choose the actual maneuvers. Let's do it that way, right? So the obstacle for this is a Metro Cab pulls in and blocks the way. Makes a whole lot of sense. This gives a disadvantage to pursue/flee and a stand and shoot maneuver, or an advantage to cut off, which is why you have to choose but don't drop the card before the obstacle comes up.
Yep.
That makes sense, right?
Yep.
So I'm going to drop the card that I wanted to choose for my quarry here. So I'm just going to drag it onto the board. Boom, where there it is. And you can drop yours as well. Okay, you chose other.
Of course he did.
Of course you did. So I chose pursue/flee. You chose other.
Unholy acting talent.
What exactly do you want to do? Let's resolve this.
I'm going to... So, interpreting this as the cab gets in my way means that we're both crossing the street.
Sorry, real quick. Patrick, I'm not sure if that's your microphone.
Sorry.
There we go.
Better. Sorry, I was trying to make sure I wasn't being too
All
loud
good,
because it's
dude.
midnight.
All good.
I am going to try and vault over the cab, as I assume the cab means that we're crossing the street as they flee from me.
That's about right.
Well, it also technically says it gives disadvantage to flee, so it might be that the cab is blocking both of you. Because that might be why it gives advantage to cut off.
Maybe.
Trying to generally across the hood is the goal here, to keep ahead of them.
Okay. You're behind them, right? Because you're here, and your quarry is at medium range.
Right.
So essentially,
so
if the other card, imagine the other card was actually a Metro Cab, you would use a mobility to get over that, and it says typically this means no movement relative to the other participant during the round. But it says also the game runner has the final say. So you know what I'll do is, saying this skill actually varies, I'll say that this is a mobility check.
I can roll a mobility check. It's just not going to be good. And with that, I click mobility.
That's a
One success.
All right, so I'd say that moves you within short range of your quarry, unless he, in fact, goes ahead and is successful with his pursue/flee, which he's going to do right now. But he has a disadvantage because of the Metro Cab in front of him. I'm just using a random Street Thugs stat sheet here, folks, so don't mind me. And that is a failure.
Cool.
So that moves you within short range. I'm going to go ahead and recall all the things and shuffle all of the obstacles.
So then for conciseness of the chase map, would then that put this guy
At
here?
short range, exactly.
Okay, there we go.
You got
Cool.
it, Sarah.
I'm making sure I understand how our little grid works.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, he just like wham, he swams up against the Metro Cab, and then you just vaulted slide over the hood. All right, let's go ahead with the foot chase obstacle now, but choose the chase maneuver that you want, please. I'll choose mine. Okay, I know what I want. Have you chosen yours, Patrick?
I'm ready to drop.
All right.
3, 2, 1.
Whoa.
Wait.
Foot chase obstacle first. Okay. Shuffle. And then I'm going. Time. It is an open space that is the obstacle. The chasers find themselves suddenly in an open space. The crowds clearing for a moment. This gives an advantage to stand and shoot, but a disadvantage to hide. Okay.
Okay.
Unluckily, I didn't choose either stand and shoot or hide. I chose block. So drop yours.
I chose cut off.
Ooh, did I choose other? That's not right. Take the card here and put it back there. Yeah, I chose block. There we go.
Okay.
Okay. So your cutoff is the range becomes engaged and you do an immediate hand-to-hand combat attack against prey. But that, of course, requires you to do a mobility versus my mobility.
Wait,
But
does prey go first or
they go at
pursuer
the-
go first?
They go the exact same time.
Oh, okay. I
So
just meant
this
in order
case-
of resolving these things.
It doesn't matter.
No, okay. Well,
In
because he
this
has to
case-
either roll force or cancel his maneuver. That's why I asked if block goes first.
Oh, that's a good point. I think block should then go first. Let's do that. I'll do a force and see if it cancels your maneuver. That is a success, so that cancels your cutoff. So as you run towards this guy, ready to tackle him, he just like spins and like shoves you against a building and knocks the wind out of you.
Okay.
All right, let me recall. And we're ready to go again. Getting the hang of this now. Getting the hang of this.
Yep.
All right, choose your maneuver.
Okay.
And I have chosen mine. Let's go with the foot chase obstacle. I'm gonna get him to shuffle, and then here comes the obstacle.
I just found it in the rules. Prey goes first, pursuer last.
Thank you, sir.
Makes sense.
Awesome.
You're welcome.
So here's the obstacle: garbage. There is garbage and debris all over the street, making the ground slippery. Any pursue/flee maneuvers get a disadvantage on this round, while block gets an advantage.
Okay.
The bad news, unfortunately for you, Patrick, is I did choose block again.
And it's doubly unfortunate because I also chose pursue flee.
Oh dear, that's bad.
Oh boy.
So
All right. So here we go.
disadvantage after a force.
Well, let's see. This is and mine is with advantage.
Well, it just says pursuer must roll force or cancel their maneuver. You don't have to roll anything.
Garbage says block gets an advantage.
Oh, sorry.
All good. Here we go with my block. That's 2 successes.
Oh,
So wham! The guy he doesn't do any damage to you, but like he just like gives you a huge shove. You go ass over tea kettle onto the ground.
okay.
Cancels your pursue/flee. Here we go, recalling
Well,
again.
No. Well, just okay.
Should I not roll a force against that block because a pursuer has to roll?
Is that what force does?
It did say pursuer had to roll force as well.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Please roll.
It said pursuer has to
So-
roll force or cancel.
Ah, there we go. There we go.
Disadvantage,
I beg
yeah.
your pardon. You are correct. Okay, so unfortunately,
Take the disadvantage. Yeah.
Yep. Unfortunately, that does go
Yeah.
against you. So that is the end of that round. Now we're getting the hang of it. I think. Now we're getting the hang of it.
Getting there, yeah.
Yeah. It's like that. All right, let's go again with maneuvers. Choose your maneuver.
But still in short range.
Still in short range. Nothing has moved yet, as of yet. I've chosen my maneuver. Have you chosen yours?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. I'm going to pull out our obstacle. What the hey? This is a good one.
Monks.
Monks! A throng of orange-robed, chanting monks blocks the road. The prey must roll manipulation, no action, to convince them to move. Everybody move! Jesus. Success gives advantage to any hide maneuver, which I did not choose, unfortunately. A failed roll means that the prey's maneuver fails automatically. Oh, shit.
Ooh, okay.
All right.
Awesome.
So here we go. Manipulation.
Ready to drop cards?
Let's see. Well,
Well,
let me
he has to roll manipulation
Oh,
first.
This is my manipulation. Let's see what happens. It's not good. I'm just letting you know. Oh, no successes. So my maneuver fails automatically.
Awesome.
What is your maneuver? Because you get an automatic success.
For my other, I would like to take one of the bags of trash I was just thrown in and sort of overhand huck so that I can try and catapult it and slow him down from getting further away from me.
Okay, you're gonna throw a bag of trash at him. I would say make a ranged attack. That sounds like a ranged attack to me.
Fantastic. Firearms, yeah. So the ranged attack listed here is firearms for me.
That's fair.
The problem.
Either that or it would be just like a straight agility check. I don't know.
Yeah, let's
Agility?
just do an agility check. That's good for me. I'm fine with that.
Why can I not click it? Hold on.
Oh, because you can't roll a straight roll, I guess.
That's true. You shouldn't be able to roll. You can only roll skills, not attributes.
Okay, so hand-to-hand force, firearms,
You know what? Let's
or
do,
mobility.
Let's do. This is a force check, so go ahead and do force.
Copy.
That's a success.
One
Nice.
success.
So your pointed throwing the garbage bag at him was to do what? Damage?
Stumble and or knock prone, essentially, to
Okay.
make pursuing easier.
I would say that probably knocks him within engaged range.
Nice. There you go.
Very nice, very nice. Yeah, so you guys are essentially like squaring off against each other, and as he turns over and begins to stand up, you see this guy towers over you. And as his face comes into view, you see a somewhat familiar face. A pale, bald
You found
face.
Styles.
And it is in fact Styles, who stands there in the rain, looking
I
at
was
you.
hoping he was chasing me. I'm just gonna grit my teeth and sort of grin at him, do the classic anime sort of wipe any sort of blood or dirt or whatever came out of the trash onto me, and just get ready to tackle this mother. Actually, you know what? No. How much bigger than me is he?
I'll show you. I mean, he's about 6'4".
Can you blow him up for us? I want to see his face again.
Sure. In fact, I have a what's it called? I
Hand
have
up?
a mugshot.
Oh, nice.
Let me give you the mugshot of Styles. Here he is. That's Styles.
That's right. He's got kind of like that, like...
Vincent D'Onofrio, I think you had.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Actually, well, maybe before, but I was more just thinking of the expression on his face. He's got that, like, Michael Clark Duncan gentle giant thing happening. Maybe not so gentle right now, but in this mugshot, he looks very placid. He looks like a nice guy, actually.
Sure.
A scary nice guy, but I like scary nice guys.
Noted. All right, so that is Styles. Let me go ahead and let's go back into maneuvers. Recall that because we're now back at the start. You are at engaged range. What do you want to do?
Range. Oh, I mean, realistically, I.
Oh, if the range is engaged, the pursuer
Okay,
may
are we in
make an
instant combat?
immediate hand-to-hand combat attack.
Right.
There you go. I was just trying to look to see what the rules said
Yep,
about
Yeah, I
this.
was
Yep,
trying to
yep,
think
yep.
about that. Okay, then I'm gonna make a hand-to-hand combat and just try and whip off on him with a fist.
Okay.
The poor meaty fucking hook thrown.
Ooh, that is 0 successes. You want to push that?
For the sake of good detective cliche, yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and
So
re-roll.
you pull a right hook, and he just
You can
blocks
re-roll
it with
both
his
of them,
hands.
Patrick.
Yeah, you sure can.
I'm gonna re-roll
He
both.
just blocks it with one hand in the range.
And I'm doing the full Harrison Ford. I missed?
Yep.
Sort of confusion face.
Oh no.
But no dice.
Oh, same
Exact
roll.
same roll.
Yep. He just grabs
The
your
exact same
arm and
dice,
then
too.
wrenches it around. And you're like,
Okay. Then that's all we got to play with. That is my instant.
okay. I'm gonna recall that maneuver, and it is now back to. We're still technically in the chase because even though we're not in combat per se, this guy wants to get away from you. So do with it as you will.
Okay.
Have you made your choice?
Yes.
Okay.
Are we dragging in a
No,
obstacle or no?
Yep, we're definitely doing an obstacle. You throw one in. Oh, this is interesting.
Ooh.
Street cops. A pair of LAPD street cops try to block the chase, guns drawn. This gives a disadvantage to pursue/flee, hide and stand, and shoot. Anyone who performs the stand and shoot maneuver will be fired upon by the cops. A Blade Runner can tell the cops off with a connections roll, eliminating the effects. Do you want to do that?
It's
Would-
no
should
action,
I drop,
it says. Yeah.
It is no
should I drop the
action.
card first or no?
Not yet. Do you want to tell the cops off first?
Yes.
Make a connection.
Just gonna. flash the badge, and yell, Blade Runner Division. Person of interest. Success.
Okay.
Yeah.
The cops are like, oh, shit, he's one of ours. And now it is time to drop our chase maneuvers. 3, 2, 1.
Huh.
Ooh.
Okay.
So you chose cut off, and I chose stand and shoot.
Yikes.
I think what I was planning on doing was leaning over, I shoulder them and being like Blade Runner Division, but from behind, trying to like block his other path so that he's between me and the cops, so that now he has problems in 2 of the 4 directions.
Okay.
Still engaged combat about
And
to
his
happen.
stand and shoot will have disadvantage because there's cops there.
Yep.
Okay. Let me just find.
And yeah, there's no double disadvantage. I say because close range, him drawn on me while I'm in the box is a problem.
I don't think there is short range engage range disadvantage in this game.
You're right. There isn't. I'm sorry. Yeah, he does have. Yeah. So, he has a gun. Hold on for 1 second. Ah, man, I messed up with his character sheet, big time, folks. Hand to hand is A. Damn is A. Jesus.
Big beefy boy.
Yeah. And observation. Let's see. Okay, cool. That makes much more sense. Yeah, because I fucked up a lot of things. That's much better. Okay, cool. So, he's just gonna make a ranged combat roll on you. Sorry, firearms roll on you. But he's gonna make it with disadvantage. No, actually, you canceled out the cops. So, because you canceled them out, he's just gonna shoot at you.
It's true.
Oh, fair.
Okay, so here we go with his firearms roll. He fails. So, a gunshot goes off, and the cops immediately, like, freak out and come out, and even though you've told them off, they start pointing their gun at Styles. You've done cut off,
Yeah.
and you make an immediate hand-to-hand combat against Styles.
Success.
With a success.
Nice.
So you punch him straight in the jaw, and you see him just like blood fountains out of his mouth. Do some damage. I think that's 1 damage to him. Yep. Cops are like, "What's going on? You want us to fire or not?"
Only if he tries to run.
He's
Stand down. And I'm going to look him in the eyes and say, stand down.
Make a manipulation roll. It's gonna be opposed.
Success.
Okay.
Here we go. Manipulation. Fails.
Woo!
Double ones. And he looks at you, he sees the cops. He drops the gun on the street, it clatters to the ground, he puts his hands behind his head. He's like, whatever. And he drops to his knees. The chase is done. And
I'm in cuffs.
that's how chases work in this game.
For it.
Perfectly done. No problems whatsoever.
All according to my very, very Rube Goldbergian plan.
All right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the police cart him off to LAPD headquarters to the jail.
I would like to stop into the Dragonfly and get a shot after telling the police officers that I will meet them at the station in a little bit. And
No doubt.
Go pound 2 shots before I actually go interrogate him.
Oh, that will have to be tomorrow, sir, because that was your like middle of the night shift. Unless you want to take points
right.
of stress and all that jazz. But you've
No,
gone 4 shifts without any kind of downtime. So God help you.
In retrospect, let me retcon that then.
Yeah.
I am going to tell the officer. I'm going to go to the station with the officers, tell them to put him in lockup, and then find one of the cots back in the precinct and sleep off the next shift. After pinging my teammates, we have Styles in custody. Let him stew for a little bit. Let's all do this during the day shift.
Yes, Astralis plays get a shot before almost getting shot. 100% correct.
Exactly.
All right, cool. So, while everyone else wakes up in the morning, you are zonked, Novak. Let's discuss very quickly what it is that you want to do for your downtime. Because you had a busy night.
I do need to say one thing about what Fenna does in the morning very quickly.
Please hit me.
Which is simply that once her friend is asleep, she is going to quietly gather her things, find a pad of paper, and just write a little note that says, "Until next time," with a little heart on it, leave it on the pillow, sneak out, go home, and hang out with her cat to regain another point of resolve.
I love it. I love it. Make it happen. Cats. Ultimate stress relief.
Damn right.
Meow.
I imagine that Mazarin is like a smaller version of Brutus, just a little tiny black house panther.
Right on. Before we actually go into Novak's downtime, Oelsen, you realize that you've fallen asleep on the couch. And you realize that for a couple of reasons. One, because the drink that you had in your hand is empty and lying in your lap. You wake up and you're like, oh, fuck, not again. You crack your neck and you hear the sort of sounds of the rain pattering against you. And as you stand up, it's the middle of the night. You stand up and you start to sort of wander towards your room, towards where your bed is. You realize that the movie that you were watching, you've come to the end of the home movie. You just see the sort of static on your TV. And the phone rings.
Of course. It's the phone.
You pick it up.
Yeah.
When you pick it up, you hear a familiar voice in the other end of the line. It's Hayden. And he says, Oelsen?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey. Nothing. Sitting here. Can't really sleep. Wondering if you want to come. Have you thought? Have you given it any more thought? You know, about coming back?
I think a lot. I'm exhausted. We should talk about this tomorrow.
No, I know.
I'm so sorry.
Also, please don't.
I just can't right now.
No, I mean, listen. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I don't.
No. Don't be sorry. It's okay. It's okay. Just. I need to get some rest. It's been a long day. We'll talk tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow?
Okay.
It's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be okay. We'll talk tomorrow.
Okay. Sure.
Okay. It'll be okay. Tomorrow. Tomorrow.
All right.
She waits for him to hang up before she hangs up.
He waits for you to hang up. Too close to home. You gonna hang up, or am I gonna hang up? I don't want to hang up.
If you don't want to hang up and I don't want to hang up, I feel like that's a good sign, right? Yeah. I mean, think positive, right? think happy. It's we both need a rest. It's the middle of the night. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna figure this out, okay?
All right.
And
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Fine. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
All right.
You keep. Yeah.
I'll call you. I'll call you tomorrow.
All right. You. Okay. I'll be here.
Okay.
I'm hanging up. I'm hanging up.
Right.
Really, for real this time.
Okay. Right. Right. Bye.
And you hear click. You sit there,
I was so
Oelsen.
tired.
Oh yeah,
Gross.
please tell me how you're feeling. Give me the vibes.
If she wasn't so tired, she'd totally throw something across the room. And also, she likes her things and doesn't like to break them. So she turns off the TV, throws the phone on the couch, and just goes to bed. I'm so done with this day.
Percival, you wake up sitting outside of that cigar bar. Your head is slumped down. Your hair is just completely soaked in rain. As are your clothes. You've just sort of been deposited there on the side of the road. You don't remember very much more than getting very, very drunk. The taste of the stogie is still in your mouth. But after
Check my-
about 4 or 5 drinks, you just don't remember very much.
Check my gun. Is it still there?
Oh, it's still there. It's still inside your
Okay.
coat.
I'm gonna call a cab and head home.
Yep. You call the Metro cab, you get inside, looks at you as you come in. Hey, sir, oh man, you're a mess.
It was that kind of day.
Well, it's about to start another one, so, looks like you've had a long one.
I have. I think I need to go home and take a shower.
Well, looks like you got one outside. Sorry, that's a bad joke. Where we're going?
I don't know. Where's his home?
I think you said his home was in and around Sector 5.
Okay. Yeah.
You give him the
Just-
address. Yeah.
Sector 5.
Yeah. And the address, it's a short trip from the financial district, probably to thereabouts, right there, where your home is. Large apartment building. Oh, actually, wait a second. Did you say that you lived at the LAPD housing? I think
I think
might
you know
have
what.
said so.
That sounds right.
Yeah,
I know that's where Fenna lives.
that's exactly right. That's where Fenna lives as well. So it makes sense that the two of you would probably live in the relative vicinity to each other. So, maybe, just maybe, the timing of this may work out. Let's roll a d10, the two of you. Fenna and Percival. If you guys get the same number, no, you don't. Damn.
Not even close.
Darn it. I'm like,
You really wanted that awkward
me too.
moment,
I
didn't
wanted
you?
the. I wanted
I mean,
it.
we could just make it happen.
You know
if
what?
want
It's up to
fine.
you. You guys are the players. I don't have to make the dice tell the story. You guys can tell the story.
Yeah, that works. Make it happen.
I'm fine with it. Fenna is in her slinky silver dress. She is carrying her high heels. And you see her actually get out of a cab, like shortly before you do, and start making her way up the stairs.
Percival's probably holding the wall as he's walking up the stairs.
Percy? What are
Yeah.
you doing at it? What are you doing at this hour?
I have no idea. I don't remember what happened. What are you doing out here?
I went dancing.
All night, is it?
Hey, It's LA. You can dance till dawn if you want to.
Whatever gets you back on your feet.
Definitely feel like I'm on my feet, but I also think I need a shower and a nap.
That's where I'm headed.
Well, I'll see you at the station in a couple of hours, probably.
Definitely.
All right. Well, good luck on the stairs.
Thank you. Yeah, Percival walks up to his apartment and heads in for a shower.
Nice.
Yeah, Fenna takes a shower, puts on like some comfy sweats, cuddles the kitty, and grabs a disco nap.
Yeah. You sleep as much as you can until dawn approaches. Speaking of dawn approaching, let's flip to Novak for a sec and see how he fared with his downtime. Novak, where did you decide to take yours again?
At the precinct.
At the precinct itself.
Just in a cot somewhere. I don't want to be far from this new interrogatee. So sleeping it off somewhere in the background, out of sight, and getting the minimum amount of winks as possible.
I'm imagining like taking a nap in a storage closet or something.
Something like it, yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I mean it is the nighttime, which is the right time, and you find yourself putting yourself into sort of like a small holding cell, I guess is the best place. Like you're not going to the jail itself. I mean, although you could if you wanted to. They probably have the best place for you, and you know that is where they brought Styles to.
I'm gonna presume that there's like a cot in a back room somewhere for when people have double shifts or overtime.
You could put yourself in a closet, essentially. I mean, you could probably like grab a couple pillows, throw them on the floor, make yourself a makeshift
Perfect.
cot, essentially. Go ahead and roll yourself a D8, sir.
Boy,
Nothing
There it is.
untoward occurs. Tell me what it is that that you want to do on your downtime besides just sleeping off your scuffle.
the absolute most generic military shower. Pretty much an identical set of clothes, same jacket, probably still damp from the night before. And then, possible, although it could be start of the next shift, collecting file on Sandor that I can try and connect the two threads.
Okay.
Even if I can't read it all yet, getting the paperwork nearby.
Okay. Got it. That's fine. Take the stress and give yourself a single point of resolve, obviously, as well as damage. If you have any damage to you, go ahead and give yourself.
Pull on both.
Fantastic. I'd say that you're going to be sleeping through the morning shift because that's the required amount of time for you to do downtime, while everyone else does what they do best, doing their job. So, the morning of the second day. That's right, it's only been a single day, folks, of the events of our case. This is the second day morning. And I think that... Let's see, I'm going to roll a D3 since we only have 3 folks who are actually active this morning. 1d3. Okay. That is... Fenna. Yeah, Fenna, you wake up in the morning after having sort of revived yourself after your little, I guess, escapade with this unknown amorous distinction. And you look under your door, and there's a magazine there.
I'm gonna pick it up, toss it on the counter while I make a cup of coffee. And then once I have coffee and I've fed the cat, I'm gonna sit down and take a look at this magazine.
Yeah, the magazine is pretty obvious what it is, because you see them all over the place. And you throw it down on your coffee table with a certain amount of disdain, because it is, in fact, the latest Kill magazine.
Okay, well
and
that
it
just...
states Massacre on Nightclub Row, Replicant Killer on the Run. It also has a wonderful insert on the new Ender assault rifle, which you saw up close and personal, being towed around by those folks over at Wallace Corp. I almost said Wayland Yutani for some... I don't know why.
What's the
Can't imagine
difference,
why.
really?
What's the difference? It's just, potato.
Well, that just... Like, so, and she looks at it, and it doesn't have any kind of mailing label on it. It's just a copy of the magazine.
Just a copy of the magazine. I love the fact that there's a competition that you need to win a dog that you never have to feed. Amazing.
And then she just kind of looks at it and goes, well, something just shot to the top of my list, and chucks it back down on the counter and starts getting ready for her day.
Okay. Oelsen, you wake up sore. In a day. What exactly do you want to do? Where's the first place you want to go? Or do you want to just contact some of your folks?
I wake up. Start some coffee first.
Sure.
And then I told Percy to meet me back here.
Yep.
So kind of
Did
looked
not
at the
show up.
time. And yeah. So I'm gonna first thing I'm gonna do is call him, make sure he's squared away.
Okay. You give him a call?
Yep.
All right. You phone up Percy. Percy, you are at home, and the first thing that you hear before anything comes out of anything is that phone on the side of your nightstand, and you just sort of reach in and push the button to turn the vid phone on. And Oelsen, you see Percy. His hair is a mess. He's disheveled. His face looks like, he looks like got hit by a truck, and he's still in bed.
What?
Well, technically it's morning. So, yeah. Get yourself together. I guess since you're not here, I will go there and be ready. It's time to get this.
I'll be ready
taken
when you
care
get
of.
here.
Let's get this. Good.
Hang up the phone.
Click.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Percival, as soon as you hang up the phone and you sort of roll over, you're like, oh, God. And then the phone rings again. You're like, God. What the hell?
Answer it.
Pick up the phone, push the button. The face of Deputy Chief Holden is staring back at you. Smoke coming out of what you assume to be a nearby cigarette. And as he stares at you through the vid phone, you can see his face is contorted in anger. And he says, Percival! What the fuck is the meaning of this? And he grabs something off of his desk and he shoves it in the front of the vid phone, and it is a copy of that same magazine, Kill Magazine.
I haven't even seen it yet, Chief. I have no idea what this is about.
Fuck! We are well and truly fucked. Once Wallace gets learns about this, they're gonna have my ass for all kinds of meals. They just they'll eat it all day long. I don't even know what to say.
They had guys there at the place when everything went down.
Yeah. So you had nothing to do with this, huh?
No, we didn't give them anything.
You didn't give them the story?
No, I didn't give them the story.
Yeah, horse shit. You're gonna come to me, come to my office, first fucking thing, right away. You or Oelsen or Fenna or Novak, I don't care who, but if any one of you doesn't show up first thing in my office, you're gonna get a big problem. I can tell you that for sure.
I'm on the way in, Chief. I'm going to hang up and immediately message everybody about the magazine and how pissed the Chief Holden is.
I'm gonna message him back and be like, a copy was shoved under my front door this morning. I'll deal with Chief.
No
Yeah, get
response from
coffee.
Novak, by the way.
Yeah, I
Not
was gonna say,
surprised.
did Novak send any of us a message letting us know that he was working late, or only the chief?
I don't know.
Oh, I did say before. I said I fired off suspect in custody. Hold on to him. I gotta rest up. Follow
Okay,
up on
that's
the
right.
lead.
Yeah.
So yeah, I
Good.
texted you guys
So-
after the cuffs went
Yeah.
up.
After she looked at the magazine, Fenna will pick up the KIA and be like, "What suspect? God, we should be more specific." Well, she looks down at Master and she's like, "Looks like an early day," and she's gonna start getting dressed and getting ready to head in early because clearly there's a shitstorm coming.
That's for sure. So Novak, while he sleeps off the morning shift, Oelsen, Percival, and Fenna. Where are you guys off to?
Oh, coffee,
I'm-
fresh clothes, and then head straight in.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Well, as soon as
coffee-
Olsen gets here, head straight
Sure.
in.
I'm gonna coffee close
I've
straight
got the
in, and
coffee.
in the meantime, I'm gonna shoot off one more message strictly to the team, not to the group, not to the database as it is, and say something like, "Well, based on yesterday, here's what I've got. Shakedown Skylar was already on my list, and now it's at the top. We need to get our other info to run down. Is whatever was on Leah's caseload on the 27th and the 3rd. Check out Doc Badger about that photo. Maybe hit up the Lilith Memory Corp, depending on what we turn up on Leah. And that guy Bob about the gun. Assuming that Percy put that on the database. If not, then that's not there.
Oh, I absolutely did.
Yeah, then and check out that guy Bob about the gun. I do not mention anything in this message about the Rep Underground. I leave that strictly off the record.
Okay.
And I have not uploaded anything about the Rep Underground to the main database. That I'm keeping strictly on the DL information.
Okay. Okay. Very interesting. Has anyone else uploaded information that Fenna has not uploaded to the database?
I don't think so.
Yeah, just making sure.
Well, because they
We
all
haven't
said
come
that
across anything. We haven't
Yeah,
come
they said
across
they uploaded
anything
all
that's
their
underground.
stuff.
Okay.
Probably a generic filing of Styles' arrest, but nothing fancy or be on the lookout. Nothing high profile. Just a regular run-of-the-mill late night, drunken and disorderly sort of something that could get lost in paperwork to anybody looking, unless they're like really hunting for the name. After the text message to them.
Okay.
And as far as Fenna's concerned, Rep Underground is still a fucking fairy tale. She's not about to throw that into the mix until she has any kind of concrete proof that it really means something.
Cool. All right. So I think that Oelsen probably shows up at Percival's apartment. Percival, you're probably much better put together by that time. And
Definitely.
then the two of you, after you've been utterly and completely caffeinated, head off.
He is the en route thing. We have it. Drink it on the way.
Heck yeah,
He wants us there. Now we can drink the coffee en route. That's fine.
I'm down. Let's make sure everybody's in their places here. So,
Fenna's also going to catch a cab into work, and she's going to skim the article in the... She's going to bring the copy that went under her door with her, but she's going to skim the article in the cab on the way there.
I'm going to bring everybody's token down, just so people can sort of see a little better.
Because replicant killer could mean killer of replicants, or the replicant was a killer, so she needs to skim the article to find out which it is.
That's a good point. Yeah, the article in the in Kill magazine is in fact something about there is a person who is killing replicants, not a person who is a replicant who is a killer on the loose.
Okay, good. That's less bad press for Wallace. She needs that in her pocket. Okay.
That's true, although it's not necessarily good press about the fact that there are replicants being hunted.
Yes, that's true.
They also could have paid to make it more obscure because they're made of money. But either way, it'll lessen the blows on what the chief's about to throw at us. Because it's nothing actually that we're dealing with right now directly. Well, obfuscated.
It's okay.
All right. Zoom in a smidge. Let's see where it's. Okay. There we go. So, making your way to
Making our way.
to Holden's office. He's irate. He's absolutely fucking irate. As you come into his office, he says, "Shut the goddamn door!" his synthetic lungs are working overtime.
Fenna shuts the door very calmly and just goes in and takes a seat and lights a cigarette.
He says, "How in the fuck did this fucking piece of trash magazine get this goddamn story?"
Because Skylar was in the club, Chief. It's in my report.
Make a manipulation roll, Fenna.
I mean, I'm not lying, but okay.
He said,
2 successes.
"I should put you in a goddamn void camp test for this shit. And
You already know I'm a replicant.
don't talk. You are way off baseline, we know it. For a lot of different reasons. Don't make me say them to your partners here." And you
She just
points,
gives him a very quizzical eyebrow.
points at Oelsen, and he says, "We don't need to talk about you and what happened all those years ago and why we even have you in this place."
If you don't want me, I'll just leave. Just make up your mind. I don't really care either way. Do what you need to do.
He sort of sits down, lights a cigarette, breathes in, breathes out. He's like, "You guys have no idea how much bullshit I'm undergoing here from Wallace. No idea."
Well,
Well,
that's the key, isn't it? It's all bullshit.
I did
So-
meet Quell yesterday, so I might have a little bit of an idea. They were not exactly forthcoming about, refused to tell me who had performed Leah's, what's the fucking word? I just forgot it.
Autopsy.
Baseline test?
No,
Basic.
her recalibration.
Ah, yes.
Told me Leah was in for recalibration, refused to give me access to the scientist who had performed it.
So,
So Wallace is clearly hiding something, but that's not going to help us either way since we are apparently beholden to tell them everything we know. My point is, Wallace is going to crawl up our asses no matter what we do until we solve this thing. So let us solve it.
where the fuck is Novak?
Honestly, no idea, but he did send a message last night saying that he had a perp in custody, so I'm guessing he worked the night shift?
Oh, yeah,
Probably
I got the report on my desk. And he points to, like, a piece of paper on the desk, and he sort of shoves it across to the three of you. He says, "Looks like they found some rep who's on the lam or something like that. He got into a fight." "Oh, yeah, yeah, with Novak. Novak was chasing him down, pulled a gun on him. Novak tackled him and arrested him. We have him
Out
down
of
in-
game.
Yep.
I didn't recognize that Styles was a replicant before, right?
No, you did not.
You're like... And so, Leah's...
Could he be with the perp in interrogation?
I mean, that's
Either
a
that or he's-
possibility, but I think he would have clocked in.
He's probably sleeping it off somewhere. And she's gonna just like take the file and look at it, and not let her face change at all as she looks it over and realizes that it's Styles. Say, well, knowing Novak, this could be anything, but should probably go and talk to the guy.
I guessed. All right. You're all dismissed. Get back to work. He just points to the door.
Yeah, head out the door.
Up and out we go.
Okay. Where do you want to go? You have the
I'm gonna go
morning
talk-
shift.
I'm gonna go talk to Styles. I don't know if you guys want to come or not.
There's a lot of different places that you
Well,
can
at the very first, I'm gonna go. I may not talk to him, but I'm gonna go take a look at him, like on the cameras. And then, actually, no, to be perfectly honest, I want to go shake down Skylar.
Okay.
After that magazine showed up under my door.
go. Okay.
And yes,
gonna
Novak.
head down to the
Novak
lab.
did just remind me from Dreamland that he told us to wait.
Okay. Okay.
So I will shoot. I'll shoot off a message to Novak and be like, "Don't you dare interrogate him without me." And then I'll head off to shake down Skylar.
Okay.
All right, so Percy's going to lab. You're going to Skylar,
Yeah.
and I guess divide and conquer. I'll head over to Bullet Bob's.
Okay.
See what I can figure out.
That was your lead, so there you go.
Indeed.
That tracks.
Let's do that then. Let's go. Let's start with that first. Let's start with the furthest away and then move in.
Dun dun. And
Yeah? Exactly. It is a very dun moment. Bullet Bobs. Sick.
And with a
fool.
transition like that, it has to be the full cowboy hat,
Yeah.
twangy banjo music, like over the top. This is almost offensive how display it is.
Let me see where Bullet Bob's, if he has a thing on the sector list here. Where's Bullet Bob? Oh, he's not here.
4.
He's on Sector 4, so I'm gonna say he's like in and around maybe like North Chinatown.
Keurig table, Keurig table.
I'm not gonna do it. It's not gonna happen. Let's put you right about there. About right?
Oh, Percy, are you going to try to find out about Leah's caseload, or is that going to be later in the day?
Yeah, that's gonna be part of what I'm doing in the lab.
That's what you're going to do? Sweet.
All right.
Just making notes.
Thank you very much. Let's go. Bullet Bob's Runner Surplus. So you take a Metro cab out there, and you see that it's a sort of rundown, you see that the glass on the front has like bars, metal bars that go up and down, clearly, protecting it from without. Considering that it is a gun shop essentially. Let's be honest, it really is probably one of the Replicant Detect unit's worst kept secrets. That there's this Hawker Circle retailer that has been exclusively catering to Blade Runners for decades. That at this establishment, you can buy, you can rent, you can order an evolving selection of specialized gear. Weapons, ammunition, even have, for those of you who have like a lot of money, drones, surveillance gear. But the guy who runs it all is Bullet Bob Gorski. Does make sense that you remember him. Got kind of a bad attitude. Maybe you find a little bit of commiseration with him in that regard, because you guys don't necessarily have differing states of mind per se. You guys are both kind of touchy, let's put it that way. How's that? And you get within probably, I don't know, a block or so, and place doesn't seem to have a whole lot of people around it. You don't see any Blade Runners coming in or out of it. And The door to Bullet Bob stands in front of you.
I still have my coffee in hand.
Sure do.
Probably the third or fourth cup.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and head on in.
Okay. Ding ding! The door makes a chime as you walk inside. And Bob Gorski turns towards you from behind a counter with bulletproof glass and holes punched in it, which he stands behind. I'm going to give you a mugshot of Bullet Bob Gorski. Here he is, the man, the myth, the legend, Bullet Bob.
Oh, that drags. Nice.
Stands there, looks at you from behind the bulletproof glass. He says, well, as I fucking live and breathe, it's Oelsen Baker. Looking, not so fantastic there, Oelsen. Looks like you got a couple of 1,000 bags under your eyes since the last time I saw you.
You're looking beautiful as always, my friend.
Don't bullshit a
Take a
bullshitter.
sip of coffee. Hey, you know what it's like out here, man. It's what it is.
All right, skip the
Day in,
bullshit
day
talk.
out, right?
Oelsen, I don't need to hear it. What are you here for?
Look, I need some info.
Of course.
Hoping you got it.
I got all
Okay.
kinds of info on all kinds of weapons. You tell me what you want, and maybe I can give it to you.
Well, we tracked some ammo and same kind of standard issue ammo like we use out on the streets for us. So thinking, where are they gonna get it from? Probably from you.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
You're the
whoa,
only
whoa.
one who's
Is
gonna
this
send-
whoa, whoa?
You're the
slow-
only one. Wait. Let me give you a compliment first before you start getting all high and mighty. You've got good product, and everybody knows where to go to get good product that's not going to fail. Therefore, the conclusion comes to, let's check with you first. Okay?
He stares at
Okay.
you, and he looks like he's
Look,
about to
you know
level
you got good
another.
stuff. Wow.
He looks like he's about to level another insult your way. And he sort of like looks down at his desk, and he looks up back at you, and he says, "Is this for a case?"
Unfortunately.
Closes his eyes, sighs. Make a manipulation roll. Do you want to push it? That is 0 successes with a 1. You'll only be able to push the 3. All right. Tell me what you do differently the second time after he sighs and looks down and then back at you. What do you say?
Look, girl's in trouble. And you know how I feel about trouble. Can't let this go down like this. I need help. Need to find her before shit gets real nasty. We're already in the deep end. It's only gonna get worse. Can you help me out here?
You got a photo?
Yeah. Slide photo.
You pull a hard copy out of your KIA. Slide the photo of Leia over to him. He goes, Yeah, she was here, yesterday. She was
Can
buying...
you tell me anything about her?
Yeah, she was buying 44 caseless ammo for her PKD, just like you guys got. She didn't say what she needed it for. Ask. She seemed really nervous.
Do you see, was she with anybody? Was she looking over her shoulder?
Nah,
Do you feel anything?
she wasn't with anybody. She was all wet from the rain. Looks like she was a little out of breath. Pretty
About
much
what
it.
time was she here?
I don't know, 3, 4 in the afternoon.
She didn't let on where she was going.
I
Wasn't
mean,
going on, nothing.
but you guys, you Blade Runners, you see everything. You guys got to look in your little computers that hook into everything, and they can see everything in the city. And next thing you know, you see where everybody is. He just sort of leans back and grunt. Or where everybody's going.
Try. I'm gonna slip him a few yen.
Okay. He
Thank you.
takes
I appreciate it.
takes the chin yen, nods, says, "You were always a good customer."
We take care of each other, right? We do out here on the streets. That's how we stay safe.
Hey, as you're about to leave, he says, "Say hey to Hayden for me, would you?"
I take a breath. Of course. I walk out.
Okay. You leave his establishment.
Take a long drink of that coffee, wishing there was something else in it.
Make an observation roll, quick, as you're looking outside. You want to push it? You got a 1 on that. No, no successes. You look around that neighborhood. Something's not right.
I'm not gonna get in a cab right away. I'm gonna start walking down the street.
Yeah. I'm gonna take the focus off of you and our friend Bob Gorski. And move to... let's go to... Who's next? Let's go to Percival. Percival went to the crime lab, am I correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So you move back down to the crime lab. It is now morning. You walk back in the crime lab, push the door open. Once again, you see the face of Coco, who sort of looks at you as you come into his lab. His cat, Biscuits, meows at you from across the lab. Coco sort of looks at you coldly, says, "Good morning, Percival."
Morning, Coco. How's the cat?
Biscuits is fine. Thank you for asking. No word from Mirren.
No, we went to her place, and she wasn't there. It also looked like she'd packed up clothes and toiletries and left.
That seems very strange.
Very strange.
Well, that aside, how can I help you?
Well, I have some things to analyze, and let's see. What's the first thing? I got these, I brought the butterflies in. So we got the butterflies. What's I got in here?
He looks at the jar of butterflies. He's like, "I don't think I'll be able to do very much with those."
Yeah.
No.
Well, it was worth a try. And then this photo of Leah here. I would like you to check that out. See if you can find anything strange about it.
He straps on a pair of rubber gloves and takes the photo that you found in Leia's apartment and turns it over. Because I don't see anything immediately obvious, but we can certainly try to find any kind of remnants or fingerprints. Why is this evidence?
It was one of the things that I found at Mirren's place.
At Mirren's place?
That's correct. It's a photo of Leah I found at Mirren's place.
Sorry, just a quick fact check. That's a photo of Leia that you found at Leia's place.
Oh, I thought we found it at Mirren's place.
All of the evidence, the butterflies, the photo, the book of poetry were all at Leia's apartment.
All right. What did we find at Mirren's apartment?
Nothing other than the fact that she had left taking all of her stuff with her.
Okay. Oh, well, my bad.
All good.
Yeah. And then the only other thing that I think I had down here was I needed to pull up what Sandor and Leah were working on. I need to pull up their case files.
Well, you can certainly do that from the mainframe.
I'll head up to the mainframe then.
Very good. So you leave the lab behind, I assume?
Yes.
Okay, very good. I'd say that the amount of time that you spent at the crime lab is negligible, so you can spend the rest of your morning shift at the mainframe if you so desire.
That'll work.
Okay. What do you want to check out at the mainframe and the Esper Wall? If you want to use the Esper Wall, you'd need a little bit more work to get to use that.
Yeah. Did Oelsen upload the stuff from Bullet Bob's yet?
The information from Bullet Bob's?
Not yet.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Then I will go to the mainframe and look up what Sandor and Leah were working on case-wise.
Okay. I think you guys can discuss what that is if you want to give Percival some
Well,
needed hints.
I gave him 2 specific dates to look for. The dates
That's
that she
true, too.
failed her baseline tests. I wanted to see what kind of files she logged on those dates.
Okay.
April
Yeah.
27th and May 3rd. And then also, now that we know she went to Anemoid Row, it might be worth seeing if we can find her on the Esper Wall and figure out where she went after that. Those would be the 2 techie hunts that Fenna would suggest. But she did definitely specifically ask you to look up her like what she logged on the 2 dates that she failed her baseline tests.
Yeah, we'll start there.
Okay. So go ahead and make a... Hold on for a second. Where did Leia go after Anemoid Row? Got it.
Yeah, because we know she went there.
Right. So you'd have to check the Esper Wall for that footage. That,
Okay.
as we've suggested, right, the Esper Wall, the way that works is that because the mainframe and the Esper Wall are different places, the Esper Wall requires promotion points to use. Classified information on the mainframe wall, if there is any that you want to check it out, including rationales for baseline tests, require connection rules. So, for any non-classified use of the mainframe, that's just a simple tech roll.
Okay.
But if you want to use that Esper Wall, it's going to require a promotion point and a connections roll and a tech roll.
All right.
It's a lot of shit to use that Esper Wall, man.
We'll do that. I'll drop the promotion point.
Okay? If you fail the connections roll or the tech wall, you still lose the point.
Okay.
That's the crappy thing.
So connections.
Ooh, you want to push it?
Yeah, I'm gonna push it.
Go ahead.
It's not doing it. What am
You're
I doing
tapping.
wrong?
Hit the push button on the where it says push, on the
I did.
actual on the chat.
It's giving me an error.
Oh no!
Try reloading roll 20.
No, that's fine. I got it. I'll just push it for you.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, it does. It does push. Cannot read properties of undefined. What the fuck error is that?
Yeah.
Tell you what. They're just roll connections again, because they're both
Okay.
they're both under 6. 2 successes.
Hey!
All
Nice.
right. So you got your 2 successes. Very nice. Hopefully the connections thing fixes itself. And then you need a tech roll.
Nice!
My God.
Yes.
Amazing. So, here's what you get from the Esper footage. After Leia went to Anemoid Row, you see footage of her walking out of the cab, and then as the Esper footage continues, you see pictures of her walking through crowds through Anemoid Row, heading towards the Aurelian's shop. She enters the Aurelian's shop. She spends time in the Aurelian's shop. perhaps 20 minutes later, someone resembling Styles joins her in the Aurelian's shop. Perhaps 20 minutes after that, both Styles and Leia leave the Aurelian's shop and head to Sector 4.
Okay. I will send that immediately to our group.
Okay. Good job.
Let's see. And was there anything else that we needed from the Esper wall?
I don't think so. That was all I could think of.
Okay. Damn good tech work, son.
Yeah.
Actually, is there? Can I get any footage of Mirren leaving her apartment?
You'd have to make another. You'd have to go ahead and use another promotion point.
Yeah, we're gonna
Okay.
do it.
Is this your last promotion point?
No. I'm down to 2.
Okay.
That dropped me down to
Ooh.
2.
You
That
had
dropped-
so many more than me.
Cool beans. So use your
All right,
promotion
so-
point,
Yep.
and then go ahead with your connections roll. Do you want to push it?
Yeah.
Let's see if it works this time.
All right. Nope. Error.
Go ahead and roll it again since they're both not ones.
Let's see.
Still two.
Nope.
So,
Oof.
yep, that's it. So that's a 0 connections. Unfortunately, you know nothing about Mirren that you can
Okay.
find through the Esper wall. And you lose that promotion point, unfortunately, as well.
Yeah, it happens. All right. So then, I will go back to the mainframe and I will start looking at their case files. Oh no, I'm sorry. I will start by looking at her baseline failures.
Okay, so that's classified data. So you're going to need to make a connections roll for that.
Okay.
That's 0 successes. Now, we know that for some reason or other, your character sheet is having some issues with pushing rolls. So let's go ahead and just roll connections again.
All right.
Still
Nope.
no successes. You find no information that you can obtain. Try as you may, Percival, with all of your tech knowledge, you cannot find information on the baseline tests for Leia.
All right. Then we'll move on to their case files.
That's what I mean. The case files. Like the
Oh,
case
the
files
case-
the case files would show why they were held for baseline tests.
But can
no,
you
they-
look up just whatever information she uploaded that day?
Oh yeah, the case file is what
Yeah.
actually was
Like,
is what like you saw the case file on Leia granted
No,
to
meaning-
you by
Not a case file on Leia, what Leia was working on.
Yeah, her cases.
oh
Whatever
her caseload
crimes
was.
she was trying to solve.
yeah at the latest case file. You don't even make a roll for that. I mean, it's already been described. The case file was literally looking into a variety of Nexus 8 sightings in and around Sector 5, investigating them, and potentially bringing them in to be retired.
Okay. Is there anything that jumps out at me?
I'm going to say no.
Okay.
Both
And then,
she and Sandor were, especially after that baseline and then the readjustment at Wallace Corp, everything was 5 by 5.
All right, and they were both working on the same case.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. And then let's see, what else did we have? Oh, the I wanted to get on the mainframe and see if I could find the missing page out of that poetry book. If it
Oh,
was online somewhere.
that's an interesting choice.
Good man, that was also on my list.
That's a really good choice. Let me just check that out very quickly.
Okay.
That's kind of cool. I like that idea. Give me 1 second to find that is valid. Yeah. Go ahead and make a connections roll.
Wouldn't that just be like a library skill?
No.
Oh, damn.
damn.
Double
Oof.
ones.
Ouch.
So you're going to need to...
The system is hating on me.
Yeah, this is a double 1. You can't push that at all.
No.
So that's a 0. That is no... Well, at least you didn't get any stress from it.
Does
Yeah.
Los Angeles have a library?
I would say in the blackout, not all of the digital records,
But like
within the library.
with
physical
paper
books?
in it.
I mean, you could look for it, but that may take a shift of time. You want to do that? That's fine.
I just
I'm not going to say no. I'm just going to put it out there that if you want to go looking for this book, that may take a shift.
You know what? Yeah. I think you could do that. I think I'm done with just about everything that I can do down here, and
That'll be your next shift, though.
Okay,
That'll be the day shift.
that's fine.
Okay. Into the library. I'm going to find out if there is still a library in Los Angeles. in
Or like
2037.
used booksellers or something.
Yeah, I mean, assuming that the book is in the exact same print with the exact same page number, who knows?
Yeah.
Possible. Maybe, it may be a dead end, but it's always worthwhile trying to find.
Absolutely.
Okay. So that's it for you for your morning shift there, Percival. Let's move to Fenna. Fenna, what are you up to for your morning shift?
All right, so I hop into my spinner and I start making my way. We did get Kill Magazine's publishing house
You sure did. The
location,
address?
so
Yeah.
I'm gonna head that way. On the way, I'm gonna call
Okay.
and try to speak to Skylar's receptionist.
Gel Skylar's receptionist?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just- Oh, she's being polite.
Of course. I'm not debasing it. You call the headquarters for Kill Magazine, and after about 3 or 4 rings, a phone picks up. Kill Magazine, how can I help you?
Hello, this is Detective Fenna with LAPD Blade Runner Union. I just wanted to let you know that I'm on my way in to see Mr. Schuyler. I know he's quite busy and I don't want to take up too much of his time. But I did want to alert him that I was coming in case he has anything not pressing on his schedule and could make time for me.
Wow, you just said a lot in a very short period of time. Could you tell me your name, please? I'm sorry, I didn't get it. Can you write it down? I would like to write it down.
Detective Fenna.
Detective Fenna, and you have an appointment with Mr. Schuyler?
No, but I'm on my way in to see him on official police business.
Official police business. All right, I'll let Mr. Schuyler know.
Very good. I'll see you in, I don't know, about 20 minutes?
Okay, thank you very much for your call.
And then continuing to drive, and then just almost out of force of habit, she's gonna dial Rada's number.
Oh, shit. Okay. I love it. Okay. Wow. That's interesting. You dial the number, whether out of habit or not, you sort of, just on a whim, decide to dial Rada's number. And you're punching in a few numbers, and then you're like, should I do this? Should I actually dial Rada's number? Should I dial her number? Yeah. And then you finish, and you punch in the phone number, and it rings. And it rings 3 times, 4 times. And then it says termination. Connection terminated.
Guess there's no future voicemail.
If there is, it would be for people who still exist at that locale.
Well, she just disappeared. Either way. And it was recent. Anyway.
Okay.
When
You know what? You're right. There would be a voicemail for her. That's right. So you hear the voice of Rada Udaya, your first partner in the RDU. And she says, "Hey, you've reached Rada Udaya. I'm not here right now to take your call. You know what to do." And then it says on the screen, "Leave a message now."
And Fenna just kind of shake her head and say, I don't even know why I'm calling you. This case is a mess, and I just really wish... Ugh, I just wish I had your brain. Yeah. Hope you're okay. I'm just gonna click out and focus on driving.
You make it to... You make it to Hill Magazine in probably a relatively short period. And this office, it's actually in Sector 1. So I think it's to the northwest. So you fly your speeder, or sorry, your skimmer, up to Kill Magazine, which is actually on Magazine Mile, right here.
Nice. Magazine Mile.
Magazine Mile.
A lot of magazines.
I guess that's where all the magazines have their publishing houses.
Must be.
Yeah. And let's say the building itself is, relatively seedy part of the neighborhood. And as you enter the building, you see that the walls are stained with most likely sort of nicotine stains. And you walk in through the office. Actually gonna bring you to a map of the office here.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a cool little map of Kill Magazine. Make sure I got the right people in the office. Oh yeah, it's just you. Take the other 3 off. Walk into the reception area. Let me move you to the Kill Magazine office. Hopefully you get the vision of...
I do, yes.
Shift ping.
There we go.
That might not see. Oh wow, it's blacked out. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and kill the... I think there's something wrong with the what's it called? The dynamic lighting on these maps. I'm just gonna...
I can see it, but
I
don't know
believe you.
about
It's just that for some
but
reason...
But if chat can't, then yeah.
Chat cannot, so I just... Bam, I deleted it, and now they can see it. There we go.
Nice.
That's much better. So yeah, welcome to Kill Magazine. You walk into reception, there's this sort of older lady with a lot of makeup on her face, blue eyeshadow, very long eyelashes, hair drawn up, or maybe it's a wig. You're not quite sure. You enter reception. Her desk is just littered with papers, stacks high. She says, "Hello, welcome to Kill Magazine. How can I help you?"
Hello, I called a few minutes ago. I'm here to see Mr. Schuyler.
Oh. Oh, yes.
And I'm going to flash my badge.
Yes. You're Detective Fenna. Detective Fenna?
That's correct.
All right. Hold on just for 1 second. And she puts her earpiece down, and she runs off into the back of the office.
I'm just going to follow her. Like,
Okay.
at a leisurely pace, but I'm just going to follow her.
Okay. As you follow her, you see that there are about a dozen people working in this rather sort of smoke-filled, dimly lit office. People who have just the most sort of egregious looks of... it's like, you know what it's like? It's like TMZ times 10,000. They have this look of, I just don't fucking care about what I do or who I fuck over,
Nice.
just to get the shit published every week. Like, people are looking on their vid screens of like random videos that they're literally doctoring up right there and then. And like, as you pass by, they're like, "The fuck you looking at?" And then they realize that you've got your badge prominently displayed, and they're like, "Oh shit."
Oh, I just flashed it and then stuck it back in
Oh,
my
okay,
pocket.
thank
I'm
God.
not wearing it.
Fantastic.
Yeah, no.
Okay. So then
I
they
flashed it through receptionist and then put it back in my coat pocket.
cool. So then, yeah, as you follow through, they like watch you, like, "What the fuck are you looking at?" And they go back to the...
I pay absolutely no attention to them.
No doubt. So as you get to within view of the desk of one Gel Skylar, who I think we've seen enough of, but nevertheless, I will bring him to the forefront yet again. Because he's right there.
He's got such a gross face.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, look at that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just want to punch him.
He's got the most punchable face. And I know he's supposed to be... Because you know how Free League is. Free League loves to, like, put actual people from either the actual movies or from random things into the games. I don't know who this is supposed to be, but I feel like I should know.
Werner
don't think he-
Herzog.
Is it Werner Herzog? I don't think
He,
so.
Oh, but-
no.
I would like to see the baby.
Wrong movie.
Yeah, so yeah, that is indeed Gel Skylar. Australis Play says, I know that face. Where?
I'm sorry.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it looks so familiar.
It does
He's
look
like
familiar
a
though.
cross between like the jowls of Werner Herzog and like the swept back hair and the darker eyes of Brendan Gleeson.
Ooh.
I was definitely there's definitely some shades of Brendan Gleeson in there. Yeah.
It also reminds
Maybe
me
it's a
of
weird
Darren.
AI composite.
You know what? You
Yeah.
might be right.
Either way, I'm just gonna walk up to the desk.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take the magazine out of my bag and kind of flip it down onto the desk cover up and say, I have to say I'm impressed. Running down your own stories, you didn't strike me as the type.
He looks up at you and he goes, Who are you?
I'm gonna flash my badge and say, oh, I'm terribly sorry. Detective Fenna with the Rep Detect unit. You were at the Snake Pit the other night, weren't you? Night before last? Small altercation. Replicant cop shot.
I don't know who the hell you think you are or what you're doing in my office. But let me assure you of this, pretty lady, that unless you want to be seen on the front page of my paper, that you'll walk yourself right the fuck out. I don't care if you work for the LAPD. I don't care if you work for God himself. Nobody fucks me over.
I'm sorry, I thought we were just talking. So how about you tell me what you saw at the Snake Pit night before last, and then I'll turn my pretty little ass around and walk out of your office.
Make a manipulation roll, Fenna. That is a
One
success.
success.
That's enough. He says, Tell you what I'll do. You give me some juicy tidbits from the LAPD, and maybe, just maybe, I'll tell you what I know. What are you, working on that makes you so interested?
Well, I think that part should be obvious. I'm working on the case of the replicant who was shot that you've got smeared all over the front page of your paper because you were there.
So what if I was? I had nothing to do with it. I was there
Maybe you
enjoying a good
did.
time with my friends.
Maybe
So
you
what?
did, maybe you didn't. But my sources say that you were right in the middle of it.
Nah. I
And
was-
you may be able to smear my name all over your magazine. And that's your prerogative. It is, of course, a free press. But you know who has even more money than you do? Wallace Corp. And they've got their head so far up my ass, I'm pretty sure they can smell what I had for breakfast.
His tongue
So
sort
unless
of
you want...
snakes out as you start to like explain yourself. He's just licking his lips and looking at you.
So unless you want their head just as far up yours, I suggest you play ball and put this whole thing behind both of us.
So I was at the Snake Pit. Big fucking whoop. Useless skin job dancing on stage. Didn't like what I saw. This fucking big albino. Wipes his spittle off his face. Starts to argue with me and my friends. I know him. I've seen him around. This fucking guy Styles. Next thing you know, bang, boom. And I'm out of there.
Bang, boom. Any idea where the bang, boom came from?
Listen. There was a bit of a fight. An altercation. Me and my friends didn't like what this Styles guy had to say. And then
What?
2 Blade Runners, the female skin job and a male skin job Blade Runner. Kinda like you. He stares at you. They come
Just
in from
looks
both
back at him.
sides. One of them pulls his blaster to arrest him. And out of nowhere, the chick Blade Runner pulls her blaster and shoots her partner in the chest. Ain't that the damnedest thing? And she runs into the street, and I saw her get into a metro cab as me and my friends were tailing out. I seen her before. She came into the snake pit to drink. I offered her maybe I could buy her one, but she refused my advances.
I thought you didn't like skin jobs.
Thought it might have been a once-in-a-lifetime experience just to see what I was missing.
I do want to insight check him on this story. I want to see what he's feeling as he tells it to me.
Sure.
2 successes.
He's feeling confidence. And with 2 successes, you determine that he's not lying.
Mhm. And with that, she's gonna pick the magazine back up off the desk and say, "See, that wasn't so hard, was it? Have a nice day." And she's gonna turn and start to leave. And then when she gets about here, she's gonna turn back and say, "One more thing. I don't suppose you have any idea who slipped this under my front door this morning, do you? Sorry to say I'm not a subscriber."
I got no idea. But I can tell you this, that it doesn't really fucking matter. Because Wallace's spin doctors are probably gonna make sure that this whole nonsense doesn't go and make them have a black eye.
On that, I think we agree. Bye now. And then she's gonna make her way out of the offices.
Okay.
Which I can't do. I'm stuck in a door. but
That's okay. I will leave you there for now. That's no worries. I'll put you back on the map. Okay. So that is your morning shifts, folks. Everybody's morning shifts have been completed.
I don't upload that to the database yet. I want to tell my team in person first.
All right. Cool beans.
She's not necessarily withholding information, but she also wants to talk to the team before she puts it in there.
Fair.
She wants to make sure she has the right perspective being placed and tone within the content,
Yeah,
so it's not misconstrued.
I completely agree with you.
And also, I'm sure she knows that Wallace isn't going to like knowing that one of their reps killed another one, and so she's not going to put it on the official record just yet since she's supposed to be playing ball.
That is completely fair. Novak, you wake up. Your neck hurts.
Totally.
Your eyes are bleary. You're in darkness because you turned out the lights before you went to bed. Quote unquote bed. Whatever. The weirdest
worse.
dreams.
Hit me.
Weirdest dreams, man. You dreamed about that time where you realized after that case that you had not too long ago, maybe only about a year or two ago, where you were casing this this aircraft hangar, assuming that Nexus 8s were actually being sort of finding it as some kind of base of operations for attacks against various places in Los Angeles. You were with Crumpack at the time. He was your partner. Good old Remy Krumpak. That time, he was even more of an old-timer than you were. You had only been really with the RDU for about 7 or 8 years. Of course, after the events of the insurrection and then the blackout. This was just maybe a year after the blackout, and you remember that day as a seminal moment in your career as a Blade Runner. Made you the man that you are. Because as you and Krumpak moved into that airplane hangar, you found several Nexus 8s, and you were about to retire them all. And then, the one thing that you remember before you felt something hard hit the back of your head was, "Not today, buddy." And then, wham! When you woke up, you were at LAPD headquarters, having your head treated to. Krumpak was sitting across from you, watching you wake up, smiling at you. And that's when you knew that he was on the take the whole time. Probably still is. To this day. That's when you asked for a transfer. And found yourself on vacation for a bit. At least until yesterday. And as that dream comes to a close and you sit up, stark, thinking, what have I gotten myself into? What am I doing here? What's the real purpose of my being back? You stand up, you dust yourself off, you open the door to the main area of the LAPD where you found yourself. And there are officers running to and fro in the main hallways. They're running back and forth and back and forth. What do you do? They look like something's happening.
I'm gonna run in the direction of the cell because I have a bad feeling.
Okay, you run to the cell. You run down to the cell, and Styles is holding one of the LAPD cops in a back headlock.
Yeah.
And he's got the PKD blaster to the cop's head. He says,
Listen, I don't want anybody to get hurt. I just want to get the hell out of here. You just let me out of here right now.
and there are the sounds of click, 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 as behind you and all around you, all of LAPD's finest have all leveled their weapons at Styles. What do you do?
2 hands up. I'm going to take half a step forward and say, we can make that happen if you're willing to talk to us.
Make a
And
manipulation.
whether you want. Yep.
Vladimir,
How about empathy?
Vladimirovich, with the quote of the night, run back to the cells, and there are cells within cells, interlinked. Nice.
Manipulation.
Nice.
Juices.
He says, okay. He's breathing heavy. What is it? What do you want?
I spread my fingers wide to say, if you put the gun down right now and have a conversation with me in that room over there, none of these officers are going to fill you with unpluggable holes. I need you to remain calm for a minute so that we can have a nice friendly chat, and you can tell me where we're wrong. And if we have all the information we need, you can walk away absolutely free. But I need you to do that first, otherwise these gentlemen get very panicky.
From behind you, Novak, you hear a voice. That same voice from your dream. Remy Krumpak. And he says, "Ah, Novak."
Can I hand to hand? Wait, sorry. Go ahead.
He says, "You were always such a fucking big mouth."
Can I tell if he's drawn a weapon on me?
You'd have
It's
to
cliche,
turn
or
around.
is-
You'd have to turn around.
Motherfucker.
Punch him in the face. What would Harrison Ford do? Punch him in the face.
No, she's absolutely right, and I'm not thinking about it. The question is, how? Is he coming off my left side or my right side?
Left side.
Great. That's my bad hand, but I can waste the good hand so that I can keep this hand clear. So as this is a big don't anybody do anything, I'm going to swing around and hand to hand him in the face and say, I'm in the middle of something. Very Harrison Ford style.
I'm in the middle. The finger of doom. Go ahead, hand to hand. Let's see it.
Get off my cell!
Get out of my cell. Just turns around. Poof, clock your ex-partner, Remy Krumpak, right in the jaw. Poof, his head goes flying backwards. All the police officers around you just are immediately like, what the? Oh, Krumpak falls to the ground. Ugh.
As the other hand goes up and I just sort of flex the knuckles, I'm going to take a sidestep towards Styles and say, I'm so sorry, that was very rude of him.
He says,
I'm going to continue with eye contact, gently stepping towards him.
Yeah, he looks at you and he sees what you did to this guy, and he sees that like you're still on the level with him, and he's like, and his gun hand comes away, and he slowly drops it to the ground. The police officers begin to move in towards him.
I'm
Their
gonna
guns are
extend
still drawn and leveled at him.
one hand out, and I'm going to say, we're going to take a little walk to another room, and all those guns can go away. If you let go of him and walk with me.
Make a manipulation roll. This will be the last roll of the night. Do you want to push it? Tell me what you say before you make the roll.
For the fail on the pre-push, I'm going to see that he is still tensed around the guy's neck, and I'm going to say, if that man is injured, none of them are going to hold back from shooting you. If you're walking out of this, you claim your innocence and prove it and be free. You need to work with me right now, or I can't do
When you say the
anything.
word be free, I'm going to be honest with you right now, Patrick / Novak. When you say the word be free specifically,
He doesn't know.
his eyes go wide, and he begins to sort of shiver.
Fuck.
Why, you don't know why, but go ahead and make that push
Patrick,
manipulator roll.
Sorry, I didn't actually hit the... No, yeah,
You did.
either way.
You did. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Because they were both.
Is one success enough?
One success is enough. He lets the guy go. The guy falls crumpling on the ground. Like the guy's been basically throttling the whole time. The police officers, as you hold them back, Chris Pratt style,
Take the guns away with the hands, just gesture and go, we're good.
guns go back
We're
into
good.
holsters, and Styles steps back into his cell, his eyes on you the whole time.
And I'm going to sit right down next to him and say, you can conduct it right here if you'd like.
Styles looks at you, says, okay, talk. And that's what we're going to tonight's session of Electric Dreams, front of the RPG. Whoo!
Fuck me,
Nice.
dude.
Nicely done.
Oh
Yeah.
my
Patrick.
god, dude. There were some really
was great.
great rolls tonight from
Yeah.
everybody. I loved everybody's work tonight. Oh my god, so good. So many twists and turns, folks. This case is not what it started out as. I'm going to be honest.
Didn't lose any more resolve
You
today.
did not lose resolve. This game
I
could be
gained
just as
resolve.
deadly to some. You did gain resolve.
Like, yes, I went the right way.
You did. I'm so proud of you. Yeah, this stuff, I mean, it's going in lots of interesting directions, folks. In a way, you guys are pushing back, but the world is pushing in against you. You're starting to feel those pressures from lots of different directions, which is really kind of what this game is all about. You're running your investigations in the right way. And because of that, things are coming in different directions. All right.
I got a solid course of action for my next move.
I will be finding that out when we come to see you next month with Electric Dreams Session 3. Hey, folks, we had a fun time tonight. Thank you guys all for watching. Thank you guys for in chat for hanging out and chatting and watching and doing all the stuff that chat does. If you're watching this on YouTube, like I said before, go ahead and hit the like, subscribe, and follow buttons to do the doobly-doo. And if you want to join us in Discord, there's a little Discord link in the doobly-doo below. If you guys all are here in chat, want to check us out on Discord, I'm going to throw the Discord link in. So you can join us on our Discord here at Slices and Dices. You can connect with the players. You can connect with me. You can talk about random non-game or game shit, because we love to have talks with all you folks. Thanks for joining us. Let's go ahead and just go around the horn very quick so we can all say goodnight. Let's go up. Let's start with Pat Marin, who played Novak. Pat, where can people find you on the internet?
You can find me on this channel dying apparently once every 3 games or so, playing with Slices and Dices and hanging out with Matt here, trying new systems and helping these awesome companies play these really cool modules, dude. You can also find me online at Pat Marin on Twitter and Instagram. I also do whiskey tastings if you search the Bar Rover on Instagram or barrover.com.
Thank you, Patrick. Moving on down to Ben, who played Percival. Ben, where can people find you on the internet?
You can find me on TikTok. It's Ironhead454. I talk about game stuff and Harleys and I don't know, all kinds of other junk. Make fun of my kids on there. It's great.
Ain't that the best use of
It
TikTok ever?
is.
Thank you, Ben. Moving on down to this lady down here in the bottom left-hand corner. That is Sarah. Sarah, who played Fenna. Sarah, where can people find you on the internet?
I am Sarah. You can find me on the internet at Lovely Llama on Instagram and Reddit, but with 2 L's in Lovely, and on our Discord. You can find me here on Slices and Dices almost every Friday, some Thursdays, every alternate Thursday on Mates of Fate. Sometimes I'm here on Sundays. I just like to play games. And I heart Free League in a big, big way. And this newest addition to their RPG family gives me all of the joy.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
And then finally, of course, we have up here in the top left, that is Julie. Julie, who played Oelsen. Julie, where can people find you on the internet?
Mostly, honestly, just on Discord. So come and chat with us over on Slices and Dices. We'll have some weird conversations you never knew you wanted to have.
I never knew I missed them so much, honestly.
It's great fun.
Hell yeah. That's it, folks. You can catch us, like the crew here said, every Thursday and Friday now. It's pretty much guaranteed that we'll be gaming Thursdays and Fridays. I've weaned the family into understanding that Thursdays and Fridays are daddy time. That's where daddy does his stuff and has fun with his grown-up friends.
Nice.
And occasionally Sundays when we do this stuff because they're asleep anyway and getting ready for school in the morning. Hey, it's fine. But yeah, check us out on here. Check us out on YouTube. Check us out on all kinds of social media, TikTok, Instagram.
We have a TikTok?
We do. It's like I don't even put stuff on there. It's just we have it there.
Should put all the clips on there when people clip us on Twitch.
Well, I don't
there
think you
you
can
go.
cross. I don't think you can cross clip, or maybe you can. I'll have to figure it out. I'm not
Maybe
down.
you can do blooper reels
Oh,
of all the random
go.
stuff.
and that's mainly what we do for our clips, right? It's blooper
Yeah.
reels. I mean, you look up our clips and just like they're all stacked up, like me fucking everything up.
Sorry, that's all right.
Like
Somebody
A to
breaks
Z.
Matt. Somebody breaks
Maybe
one of
you
us.
can do one on all of Pat's deaths.
Oh, damn.
Hang
Do a
on.
supercut of every one of Pat's deaths? I love that.
Gotta
Oh,
wait for a
man.
few more. Look, I'm only up to 3, but I am at 2 of those in the last 8 weeks.
You and Craw have got to get together and be like, hey, remember when
Oh,
Matt
God.
killed us like 3 times in 3 games?
I'm starting to crawl up there now.
You are. Everybody dies once. At least once.
I mean, Zeke died like 3 times.
She did.
So
That's true. That she did die.
He died a lot.
I only take it out on you because Ashley kills me in every single one-shot that I play on Mates of Fate.
She does. It's true.
Oh, wait, no.
So-
4. I think I died in Jenga, too.
That's right, you did die in Jenga. We need a montage! That's right, Australis plays. That's it, folks. Have a great rest of the week. We will see you Thursday for Call of Cthulhu. That's right, we're coming back to Call of Cthulhu this Thursday. Hopefully by that time, Patrick and I will have seen both of the movies. So he and I can... Oh, no, wait a minute. Well, we will both have seen the D&D movie.
I was going to say, what other movie is there?
Well, I'm going to see you, Sarah. I will see. Patrick will
Yes.
have seen it with his group of slice and dicers / non-slice and dicers. I will see it with you, with Jonathan. We'll probably put like a nice little, maybe we'll put like a little review together of the D&D movie because that's
There we go.
the only nerdy movie that.
What about
is out.
adaptations as a one of our pod talks?
Ooh, I like that. Like a group check.
Yeah, like
Well-
get a theater kids together to talk about like the analytics of adapting.
I like that.
That could be
Let's
fun.
brainstorm about it. But we will have that for another time. For now, folks, I will say the thing that I always say, which is something that I always mean, which is take care of each other, but don't forget to take care of yourself. Love you all. Have a great night. We'll see you soon.